All right, I want to say good evening to everyone and welcome to our Board of Education meeting. It is September 15th. It is 5:35, so I'm going to call this meeting to order. Again, good evening and welcome. Want to determine our quorum. No one's here, but let me go through the roll call. Vice Chair Cash.
I'm here.
Ms. Kushner.
Here, good evening.
Good evening. Dr. Martin.
Good evening, I'm here.
Good evening. Mrs. Scott.
Good evening. I'm here.
All right. Good evening to you, Mr. Haggerty.
Here.
Ms. Mahaffey.
Good evening, Chair Sutton.
Good evening. Ms. Johnson-Hostler.
Here.
All right. And Mr. Fletcher.
Could this be the first taste of fall? I'm here.
All right. Good. So we are all here, and Superintendent Moore and Attorney Blumberg are here as well. So we have our full complement here this evening. If you all then would stand with me and recite the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it
for which it
stands,
stands,
one
one
nation,
nation,
under
under
God,
God,
indivisible.
indivisible,
with
with liberty and justice for all.
justice for all.
All right. Thank you all for that. We will jump right into our information session here with comments, and we'll start with Superintendent Moore with superintendent comments.
Good evening, Chair Sutton and board members. I'll start by congratulating two of our band directors for recent recognitions from the East Central District Bandmasters Association. Renee Todd, Director of Bands at Ligon Magnet Middle School, was named Band Director of the Year. And David Robinson, the recently retired Director of Bands at Panther Creek High School, received the Award of Excellence. Ms. Todd, a music teacher for 28 years, is in her 9th year as Director of Bands at Ligon. Under her direction, the Ligon Band program has grown to more than 200 members, with 4 wind bands and a jazz ensemble, all achieving superior ratings at both local and national music festivals. The Ligon Jazz Ensemble performed at the prestigious 73rd Midwest Band and Orchestra Clinic in December, and the Wind Ensemble was invited to perform at the 29th Music for All National Concert Festival in March. Mr. Robinson launched the Panther Creek Band program in 2006, while also teaching instrumental music and serving as Arts Department Chair. Panther Creek has 4 concert bands that have consistently received superior ratings in the annual music performance assessment, and the school's marching band regularly receives top honors in state and regional competitions. Panther Creek also has 2 indoor guards, 2 jazz ensembles, and a jazz improvisation combo, all of which also have long track records of successful performances. We know that arts education has a positive impact on school engagement, college aspirations, and the development of the 4 C skills. I commend Ms. Todd and Mr. Robinson for their years of service to their students for these well-deserved awards. Remote learning has made arts education much different than what students and teachers are used to, but that doesn't make it any less important. In fact, the engagement and simple joy of participating in music, art, and theater can be a welcome energizer for students learning from home. That's certainly what drives Katie Bridges, theater teacher at Scotts Ridge Elementary School, who was recently named WRAL's Teacher of the Week. Ms. Bridges is in her 6th year of teaching and says that teachers have the opportunity to be that light for students during the school day. She's able to continue to share her passion for theater, arts, and music, even online, and sees the positive impact that it has on her students. Thanks to Ms. Bridges and to all of our hardworking teachers who are being that light for their students each day. Finally, I would like to congratulate the 6 newest inductees into the Wake County Public School System Hall of Fame, which is organized by Wake Ed Partnership. Wake Ed Partnership each year honors people who have long served our school district, either as WCPSS employees or as supportive members of the community. Members of the class of 2020 are Ann Hooker, who served as a math teacher, principal, and area superintendent for 43 years in the WCPSS. Jack Spain, who worked for 27 years at Broughton High School as a physical education teacher, coach, and athletic director, helping his student athletes claim numerous state championships along the way. Ann Rollins, the CEO and executive director of the Poe Center for Health Education, who fostered family and community engagements in our schools, has recruited volunteer mentors, organized programs for students, and provided leadership for numerous organizations that support public schools. Marco Zarate, founder of the North Carolina Society of Hispanic Professionals, an organization that has served more than 17,000 Hispanic and Latino students from more than 50 school systems through scholarships, seminars, mentors, tutors, motivational presentations, and the annual Hispanic Educational Summit. Walty Rasulullah, award-winning TV producer, accomplished actress, and music teacher, who has been instrumental in numerous community projects, including Success by Six, Project Tanzania, Coats for the Children, and our own annual Pieces of Gold performance. And Maggie Kane, the founder and executive director of A Place at the Table, the first pay what you can cafe in downtown Raleigh, which has served more than 11,000 meals to people in need in our community. They will be honored at the annual Stars of Education celebration, which will be held virtually on October 22nd. Our strategic plan core belief states, one of them, that well-supported, highly effective, and dedicated principals and teachers and staff are essential to success for all students. And another core belief states, Wake County residents value a strong public school system and will partner to provide the support and resources to fully realize our shared vision and accomplish the mission. These 6 individuals embody those core beliefs, and I thank them for all that they have meant to our students and families over the years. And that concludes my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Superintendent Moore, for those comments, and congratulations and thank you to those inductees to the Hall of Fame. I'm also excited to hear about the awards and things in the arts that are continuing to go on, and even as we move through this pandemic, it is certainly encouraging to know that many of those things are still happening, and certainly, as you call them, light, Superintendent Moore, as we're getting back to some sense of normalcy. But also caution that we are still a ways away from returning to what we call a normal life. And I want to acknowledge the many emails that we have received, encouraging us, beckoning us to open schools as soon as possible, and to do that now. And I can say that we are continuing to plan for that. You will hear much tonight as we deliberate on that topic. And I want to acknowledge how difficult this is for our students. We know that this is challenging, acknowledge the difficulty for our parents, but particularly because you have to work and do other things, and also acknowledge our teachers and our faculty and staff, because you are out there on the front lines. And so I want to acknowledge all of those things. And at the same time, I know that we are again seeing signs of a return to normalcy. And to be frank, that we're also in the middle of a political season. And what I don't want to happen is this to become a political issue, although that may happen and through no control of any of our own. And so what I can say is that we will continue to be thoughtful. We will continue to be diligent in our review as we deliberate and look at the facts, look at the health matrix, and that I can assure you that under the leadership of our Superintendent Moore, and this board, we will make a thorough review and decision as we move towards a reopening. We have been planning for that. We will continue to plan for that because getting back to face-to-face instruction is our ultimate goal. But our goal is also to make sure that we are building the capacity in our schools with our staff, faculty, and administration to return in a safe and healthy manner and building the capacity to make sure that we're following our protocols, our procedures, and that, again, all of our students, teachers, and administration and faculty are safe and healthy when we do so. With that, I'll turn it over to the rest of our board. I'll start with Vice Chair Cash. Any comments that you might have this evening?
Thank you, Chair Sutton, for those remarks. I appreciate that, and I appreciate your leadership during this tough time for us. I also want to say that thank you, Superintendent Moore, for highlighting some extremely well-deserving recipients of the Stars of Education. I can't think of people better suited for such great rewards, and I appreciate that as well. Yes, and thank you to parents and teachers and the public and students. Especially love hearing from the students with the emails that we have received. And as I think it's not a secret that I've been wanting to move forward on opening our schools for many reasons as what I see going on. But I do want to clarify that all the board members on this Board of Education and my colleagues and I and administration staff are all wanting to open the schools as safely and as quickly as we can. It is the goal of everyone at this board table. Just having said that, I think my nature by my profession tends to be a little less patient sometimes, but I do want to clarify that when I say that because I work in healthcare field, I take safety very seriously. I am not at all careless, and I think no one would ever say that about me. And yet I do know that the precautions that we take do work. I do think masks work, and I think there's a lot of things that we need to do. But the one thing that I've noticed is I've seen our teachers and our principals working harder than they have ever worked. I see them working diligently, and then I see our kids struggling more than ever. So as we talk about this tonight, I look forward to the conversation. I look forward to some things that we can do better. And again, our administrative staff has done a great job of getting us to this point. And I would like to say to parents and people in our community that please reach out to your teachers. They're working so hard online, and I know you're doing everything you can to help your students and doing the things you can even as working parents. And I want you to do whatever you can to help those teachers. They are trying so hard online to get little people to click on the right keys and such as that. And one other thing I'd like to say, and I promise some of my healthcare workers I would say this, that we can go back to school, but I'd also think that it's very important that you hold the community as a whole responsible for the safety precautions. I would really like to see our community as a whole wear the mask that they wear, and that will make it easier for us to get back to school. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair Cash. I'll continue in that round, and so I'll start with Ms. Kushner.
Thank you. Good evening. And thank you, Ms. Cash. I'll reinforce a lot of what you said. I think we also need to make sure we're practicing the 3 W's so we not only can reopen schools, but keep schools open and make sure the community is supporting that work. Because as Superintendent Moore outlined, some phenomenal Hall of Fame community supporters of Wake County Schools, and each of them have been such dynamic community partners for our schools. And I think community partnerships are needed now more than ever. We need to move into a collaborative environment with all of our teachers and families and students. So I hope that we can lead with increased optimism, because this has been a hard 6-7 months. This is not normal. This has not been normal. It's not been easy. It's been extraordinarily frustrating to navigate the reopening. So I thank the staff for all the work, the teachers and principals doing some things they've never done before. Remote is difficult. And so I appreciate everyone in the community, as well as for the feedback that we've gotten from families and students. I think for many students this next year, that this 6 months in the coming year will be a blip in their educational journeys. And for some students, this is going to be some lost time. So that's where a lot of students who have not been in our schools since March have been on my mind. And I hope that, I look forward to hearing more updates so that we can, as I said, work toward an optimistic, collaborative spirit of getting students and teachers safely back into our schools and into instruction for those who have chosen Plan B transition. So for those in virtual academy, I'm going forward with the remote learning, but I think we just need to, I look forward to hearing more this evening. And thank you, Chair Sutton.
Thank you, Mrs. Kushner. Dr. Martin.
Thank you, and good evening. As I try to always do, I want to start by thanking students, teachers. You know, people are working hard. The level of stress is high. I understand that. We understand that. You know, I feel it in my own teaching at the university level. I see my students feeling that level of stress. The university level is different than the K-12 level. But it's different in nuance overall. It's just different levels of stress, different levels of challenge. We see it, we understand it. We, you know, long before COVID, there have been people who've been trying to push, you know, online instruction as sort of the new miracle. And I think what we're seeing now is that it has extreme limits. Some things that you can do, but it is not an effective overall educational strategy. We're all seeing that. And yet we also have to recognize that there currently is not a normal for us to go back to. Having taught both COVID in person and now COVID remote, I can't tell you which is better and which is worse. Neither is very good. And you know, so I absolutely hear the calls to go back in person. But I also want people to be realistic that when we go back in person, it's not going to be as though everything was the same as it was before. You know, behind a face shield, behind a face mask, there will be more restricted interactions. This is not normal schooling. It's not schooling that we know is necessary and best, but we don't live in a normal right now. And so, you know, we've got to work together as a community to get this thing under control. And here I will again make the plea to the community. We could be back to relatively normal operation if we all chose to work together to make it so. There are communities across the nation and around the world who have incidence rates that are very, very low. But you know, today between the budget committee meeting and our work session, I went to the Wake County website and again downloaded the data. This is the infection rate that was there at 3 o'clock this afternoon. 9 of the last 14 days have a positive test rate of over 5%. The overall average right now is sitting a little above 7%. We as a community must get the infection rate down because that is the only way we can open safely. It is community responsibility. I finally would like to address, because I've seen a lot of this on social media and emails about the board making this decision or that decision. And you know, some are accusing that there's not been transparency about how decisions are made and whatnot. I want to be clear that by North Carolina's public meetings law, the board does not get information before the public does. We received the first information that we're going, a PowerPoint about the information that's going to be presented tonight at 10 o'clock last night. That's not time to review it. We haven't been making these decisions. We're going to hear that information right now. And the whole decision-making process based on North Carolina's public meeting laws require that elected officials get the information the same time the public does. So we look forward to hearing the information from staff tonight. That may help the board give guidance to decisions. But here again, it's important to recognize that the board has governing and overall vision responsibility, but the board does not have decision-making authority to make this plan or that plan. Yes, we will vote on it when votes come to us, but the planning and the managing is what staff is doing. And we, like the public, are going to be hearing that information today. So I just think it's important for the public to understand the context of what's going on. We're learning the information and recommendations at the same time you are. And with that information, we will hope to give the best governing guidance that we can, because we all need a strong school system. We need to be able to open our schools safely, as effective as possible, both for our students and our staff. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Mrs. Scott.
Good evening, and thank you. Thank you to Superintendent Moore for highlighting the educators, the music educators who were recently awarded and recognized. This is Arts in Education Week across the country, and I do want to extend a special thank you to our arts teachers during this virtual time. This has been extremely difficult for our fine arts teachers to teach in a remote setting. And I have been incredibly impressed. My own children attend one of our magnet schools. My third grade student is actually in a beginning band elective. And you may wonder how could that possibly work? And somehow it is working. And these students are participating from their homes right now. And it's unbelievable. And these efforts continue across Wake County and across our whole country, as I hear from people who I went to college with who are still teaching music in different parts of the country. And the efforts are amazing and they are noticed, and I do thank everyone very much for that. I don't think I can add anything that my colleagues have not already said about what we see happening and what we know the negative impacts of this this pandemic. I have to say, my mother said this has been one of the most terrible things that has happened in her life, and she even compared it to being more just as impactful as losing her brother, who was killed in action in Vietnam. It hurts in so many ways, and we have seen so much ripped away from us, not just in our jobs, but family members and loved ones, and the ability to do things that we were so used to. Grandchildren being able to spend extended time with their grandchildren. And I know that hurt brings out the emotions. And it is, again, because you care so deeply about your children, and we know that. And teachers and instructional assistants and principals, thank you so much. And we are working to keep everyone safe. And we want that more than anything. And that means a lot of different things. And I do just want to say thank you. And thank you again to our arts teachers for all of their work this week. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Mrs. Scott. Mr. Haggerty.
Thank you, Mr. Sutton. I appreciate it. So it's clear, and I think it's clear to everyone, that students, parents, teachers, board members, district staff, we are all feeling frustration and we are all feeling fatigue. And I think we're all sick of COVID-19, and we all want to get back to a better time as soon as we can. There's no denying that. Now, I understand that frustration, and I understand the frustration a lot of people in the community are expressing about not having a plan, not knowing a plan. Anytime you have uncertainty, that's corrosive. You want to be able to plan around it. So, I'm looking forward to the meeting tonight. I agree. We need more information. And, Dr. Martin hit on some important points. As board members, we need information. Our staff needs information. Our parents need information about metrics, about a decision tree, and about a plan. What's the best plan for going forward? We've had other meetings where we've had information presented, we've adopted plans, and then we've pivoted away from those plans. There's been justification for that, but we need to have the discussion about where we're going now. Now, there's also been a lot of work that's been done that has gone unsaid. And I brought this up at the last meeting, and I was frustrated because I know that this district has done a lot of work in preparation for a return to face-to-face instruction. There's been a lot of work in trying to figure out how we get the PPE that we need for our teachers and staff, for working out these cleaning programs where we're having to clean and sanitize these areas twice a day. There's been a lot of work into figuring out how we do the health screenings for students, for staff when they return to the buildings. And I think if we communicate that to everyone, they'll have more confidence in what's going on and that we are moving forward. People are not just sitting on their hands. And I'll tell you, it's been frustrating because there's been a lot of misinformation out there. And I know sitting up here at the board table, we're supposed to keep it classy, but I got to tell you, someone has to come out and refute some of this stuff. No, not all other districts around North Carolina are reopening. So when people communicate with us and tell us this, like we're some holdout, it's just simply not true. Other school systems that opened early have closed and have moved to a Plan C. We're still working toward reopening, but we want to do it safely. We want to do it the right way so that when we open, we have some stability. No, opening schools is not like opening bars or gyms or other businesses that have been impacted by the governor's executive order. There's a huge difference between having a child in a confined room for 6 to 8 hours a day, eating with other children and being exposed to hundreds of other children than taking a quick trip to the Harris Teeter or the Wegmans. It's very different. If you're leaving your kid in any of those places for 8 hours, you're doing something wrong. People need to understand the difference. No, the FAST program is not the same as sending kids back to school. Again, it's a numbers game. If we can take children and distribute them in small groups to be able to have their remote instruction and have that supervised so parents can return to work in small groups where there's maybe 30 kids in a building, that is a much different situation than where you're putting hundreds of kids together, in some cases, thousands of kids into heavily crowded, heavy trafficked school buildings without that level of separation. We need to have an honest conversation about these things. I understand the frustration. I understand the need to have a plan. We want our kids and our staff to be able to come back to the schools safely, as soon as possible, as safely as possible. And we've done a lot of work to get to that point. If numbers are trending in the right direction, if the health situation is improving, there's no reason we can't lay out a plan to do that. So we're working hard on this. The staff is working hard on this. The teachers are working hard on this, and families are working hard to make this happen. We all need more information. We all deserve more information. I'm hopeful we'll get that tonight. So thank you, Mr. Chairman. I know these were long comments. I appreciate you indulging me.
Thank you. Ms. Mahaffey.
Thank you, Chair Sutton, and thank you, Superintendent Moore, for recognizing Katie Bridges. Many of you may recall her students' performance of the Jungle Book at Pieces of Gold back in the pre-COVID era. Today, we're going to be hearing from Superintendent Moore with an update regarding the opening of the school year. In June, Wake County Public School and other districts were given a plan to create a framework for plans A, B, and C. And back in July, we learned of the district's plan to choose and go forward with Plan B and the onboarding of our students. Due to supply chains and other concerns, staff recommended a remote learning for all students in Plan B transition. And for the past 4 weeks, we have been in a remote learning environment that is very different from when we turned off our devices in the spring. Our teachers have once again jumped in and made the best environment for their students. Our students and their families have given us grace and patience and have shared their concerns with the board. I want nothing more than for my own 3 children to return to the school building, but we must do so in a safe manner in order to protect our students, their families, our faculty and staff. And I'm looking forward to hearing more from Superintendent Moore and her team this evening. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Mahaffey. Ms. Johnson-Hosler.
Thank you, Chair Sutton. Excuse me. I will truly say, Ms. Mahaffey, after you went, I feel like there's not much for me to say. You said it very eloquently, but certainly I do feel the need to ensure, as I said to the multiple people who sent emails and expressed their concerns or their appreciation for the work of the school board. And I certainly want to reiterate here publicly, as I have done in my emails to each of those constituents who've reached out, is we absolutely do appreciate the large number of emails, phone calls, text messages, because ultimately our decisions are made by the voices that we hear in the district. And I'm sure you've heard it from me and all of our board members that while we have a varied opinions and divergent perspectives of what's happening, what we all know to be true is, and we've certainly heard this from my colleagues this evening, and I've seen it almost in every single email, regardless of what position people took, and that is our educators are working extremely diligently, and I certainly will say the same is true for our central services staff and the energy and time that people are putting into to find ways forward given the time that we're in. However, at the same time, we are indeed committed to following science, committed to ensuring that we can keep folks safe when we do find a safe way back into the building, while simultaneously ensuring that our online learning is the best that it can be for all students who choose to stay safely at home. I also want to certainly acknowledge that this is a difficult time, and we understand that the roles that we chose to run for school board puts us in a difficult position. But certainly I do believe the public understands, regardless of what side they're on, is that each of us come to this table hoping to share not just the concerns that we've heard and the feedback that we've heard, but also recognizing that many of us are parents of students and enduring our own. And I'm certainly sure you all have heard me talk far more about my family since March, because I've been at home with an educator and a student for March, and then now when we started. And so I feel like I often use them as an example because, like Ms. Scott, Mr. Haggerty, and Ms. Mahaffey, we've all talked about enduring this alongside of our parents. And I certainly hope people see that we are committed to each of our parents and our families and what they need to have happen. And I want to end on a positive note that my principals in the Southern District keeps coining on our monthly meetings that everybody's a new learner. And they've tried to make a lot of fun and light of it. And so I certainly want to highlight, especially my elementary schools who continue to do drive-by parades, who continue to try to engage their students. I've enjoyed watching their videos of teaching PE online. Certainly want to shout out my schools in Fuquay who've instituted a social and emotional wellness day into their schedule. The feedback that I've heard from parents, a couple of them have actually sent me screenshots of their students feeling like the school truly cares about them in these very difficult times. And then, of course, I also want to talk about our schools who are doing a great job trying to facilitate and support their educators during this time, whether those are our educators who are in the building by giving them social and emotional learning time, recognizing that our teachers are just as, if not more, stressed, especially those who are trying to balance parenting at the same time. And I want to thank our community partners for supporting us as we endure this and try to make the best decision for all families, because I do truly believe that, as always, Wake County does find itself in regardless of our positions, find ourselves committing to be in partnership for the best school district in Wake County. And I still stand by that remains our commitment. And I certainly hope parents understand and will agree with us that the decisions that we make will be rooted in science, evidence, but most importantly, weighing the feedback that we've received from them as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson-Hostler. Fletcher.
Chair Sutton, thank you. First of all, I want to back up to the Wake Ed partnership, managing and guiding the Wake County Public School System Hall of Fame. We heard a couple of names today that began their service to Wake County and PTA many moons ago. It's exciting to me to recognize what winds up being decades of service to Wake County, and I appreciate the selection of the 6 folks, and they frankly deserve this night of appreciation, assuming we can come back together and break bread and celebrate their nomination and election to the Hall of Fame. I have received numerous emails, as have my colleagues. It is interesting how they go from being absolutely, I must go back to school, or 3 of those in a row, and then here's the next one, don't you dare put us back in school. There's a great deal of diversity in the community among our teachers and parents as to the direction we should take, and that's to be understood. The media guidance about what's happening elsewhere is widely varied, and depending upon where you get your news about what's happening in someplace else can influence your opinion as to what should happen here in Wake County. We are, as a board, we're elected to provide leadership to our community. We are working diligently together and individually to do that. I want to give you assurance that we do read your emails, that your essence of what you're suggesting or recommending is understood. It becomes part of our knowledge base as we look at options before the board. And I respectfully share that I read every email I get, and I will respond, perhaps not in precise to the message that I get, but I will respond. And I'm very much appreciative of the folks who take the time to share. The board tonight will have the opportunity to see some thoughts from the superintendent and her staff about how we might move forward with the regathering of students into our buildings. I'm excited to see that. I'm excited to have conversation with the community after this meeting tonight, as we'll not be taking a vote. We want community feedback on a draft plan, and then we will look at how we move forward. And I'm excited to do that and appreciate the opportunity to share my thoughts.
Thank you, Mr. Fletcher. That concludes our board member comments, and I want to thank each one of you again for the thoughtful and heartfelt comments that you've expressed to each other and to the public and community. At this time, if I could seek a motion to approve tonight's meeting agenda.
Mr. Sutton, I move to approve tonight's agenda.
Second.
Mr. Sutton, I'll second.
All right, I got a motion by Ms. Johnson-Hostler, and I think the first second I heard was from Mrs. Kushner to approve tonight's meeting agenda as printed. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, I'll call for the vote. Mr. Fletcher?
Aye.
Ms. Johnson-Hostler?
Aye.
Ms. Mahaffey?
Aye.
Mr. Hagerty?
Aye.
Mrs. Scott?
Aye.
Dr. Martin?
Aye.
Mrs. Kushner?
Aye.
Mrs. Cash?
Aye.
I vote aye as well. Tonight's meeting agenda is approved by unanimous vote. Moving to public comment, residents wishing to address the Wake County Board of Education may submit their comments or video by noon the day of the meeting. The link can be found at www.wcpss.net. Comments may be submitted again in writing or by posting video. The following citizens have submitted comments as part of our public comment portion of this evening's agenda. Their comments are linked on the same online agenda we're using for tonight's meeting. That agenda, as well as guidelines for those wishing to submit comments for future virtual meetings, can be found at the district website again, which is wcpss.net under the tab labeled School Board. Tonight we have 139 members of the public wishing to comment before the board. The topics and speakers whose comment are attached to the agenda. In the past, I'm gonna do something a little different tonight because we have so many speakers. There are 65 members of the community wishing to comment on school reopening. There are 34 wishing to comment on athletics resuming. There are 3 on the Pledge of Allegiance, 3 on PC-19, 4 on virtual learning, and 30 miscellaneous comments that run the gamut on a number of issues. However, the majority of comments tonight encourage the board to reopen schools and begin athletic competition as soon as possible. The following comments, I'm going to read a couple of comments from each of the groups, and the following comments are representative of people on both sides of the reopening issue. Again, there are 139 comments. We would love to hear them all. But I don't want to do a disservice to those who have taken the time to write or provide video. And so again, I've asked our staff to pull a few out that again, that are representative of the majority of the comments that we've heard. On opening schools and virtual instruction, Candy Blackman says, reopen schools, please. I'm a Wake County parent and teacher who is requesting that the school board begin to phase in Plan B students October 1. This is an action that should not require a vote because it is simply planning for the safe return of our children and faculty to school. I understand the school board will be presented additional information next week. I ask that the school board schedule an emergency meeting following Tuesday to plan the phase-in approach. Every day the school board waits another day in a child's waits is another day in a child's life. She also underscores how important, very important, looking at metrics is not progress. We need action and plans, tangible dates. Thank you for your time. Again, that's from Candy Blackman. Sarah Wallace on school reopening. As a parent of 2 Wake County High School students, I'm witnessing the difficulties of virtual learning on a daily basis. If my kids who have their own computers, quiet workspaces, and high-speed internet are still having technical difficulties, I can only imagine how it is for other families. The system is inequitable. Bottom line, it doesn't work. These kids need to be back in school as soon as possible. Again, that was an excerpt from Sarah Wallace. Michelle Lee, again on school reopening plans. As a parent and WCPSS middle school teacher of over 10 years, I can honestly say that it has taken almost the entire first quarter of school to acclimate students and staff to online teaching and learning. We are progressing steadily in a positive direction and building momentum with positive results. If we were to reopen in the second quarter, it is going to be a huge shift for both teachers and students. We need more time online and virtual learning to make steady progress with students and continue to build momentum. The more we change schedules in our buildings, if students return in person in the second quarter, the more we lose in terms of continuity in learning and consistency with students. Students need consistency now more than ever, and switching to in-person cohorts in the second quarter is going to cause an upheaval in our daily routines in our classes, as many of our classes are mixed with both virtual academy and in-person cohorts in the same class. It will erode the consistency and continuity that we have been building since August 17th. Please consider these factors and the needs of students and staff before bringing back cohorts in second quarter. Jessica Malinowskis writes on reopening Plan B. Good evening. First of all, I'd like to thank you for taking the time to read my email. I'm sure you're being inundated with them at this time. As a former WCPSS teacher myself, I cannot imagine the amount of time, tears, and sleepless nights those working for the county have endured during all of this. So thank you. I'm writing in an effort to voice my concerns over the reopening plans for our county. My son is in kindergarten at Sanford Creek this year, his first experience with public school, and although his teacher has been phenomenal, he is not enjoying one bit of school. My happy, energetic, optimistic 5-year-old is crying daily, complaining of headaches, and is begging me to not make him sit at the computer. My mama heart is breaking a little more each day watching his demeanor deteriorate. This is not what anyone wanted for their children, and we are stuck between a rock and a hard place. But I feel we are now at a point where we need to weigh the real risks. We chose Plan B at the beginning of the school year, and when we were told it would be Plan C for everyone, we took it in stride. We told ourselves it would be temporary and would make do, and we would stay the course with public school because we believe in the public school system. After a month in Plan C, it is more than obvious that it is not the best plan for our son, as well as many others. I think it is time to consider moving into Plan B with hopes of eventually returning to Plan A. Our children need it. As for those who are more at risk and or who feel that Plan C is the better option for their family, I fully support them. For those of us that have children suffering under Plan C, we would like an option too. Thank you for all your efforts. Jessica Smith writes on virtual learning, I'm the mother of 3 children, 2 that are currently WCPSS students. Both of my children have been enjoying virtual learning. They are thriving in a less restrictive environment and learning the importance of time management skills and being a motivated self-starter. Teachers, school administrators, and staff are already stretched thin prior to the pandemic, and they are now stretching themselves even further as the demands on them continue to grow, and they all handle it with so much professionalism and grace. Thank you to making the health and safety of all Wake County students and families your top priority. And I want to read one about athletics. This is from Jeff Cannon, return athletic workouts to Wake County Public High Schools. Dear WCPSS School Board and Athletic Directors, please allow the return of Wake County on-campus athletic activity for high school student athletes. While we understand that games will not happen this fall, we encourage the Wake County School Board to consider a return to the athletic workouts under NCHSAA guidance. Charlotte-Mecklenburg schools have announced a phased return to athletic workouts for student athletes at CMS high school facilities beginning as early as September 14th, 2020. We would like to request the same approach and schedule for Wake County. The decision should be made with the input and influence of the parents and students who will be directly affected. We ask that the parents be a part of this process as taxpayers, voters, citizens, and the people whom our school officials should be accountable to. Then he lists a few reasons why requesting a return to high school is important. He talks about several psychological factors such as reducing financial inequalities, preventing scholarship loss, providing domestic support, protecting mental health, some of the physical characteristics around reducing virus spread, reducing the training injuries, risk balance, and so on. So just wanted to read a few of those, again, not to slight our public comment speakers. We do want to hear those, but as we continue in this virtual environment, that is difficult. But again, we wanted to acknowledge much of the heartfelt sentiment that has been expressed in those comments, and hope I did so in a representative way. Moving on with our agenda, we are now at our information items. And so this is the portion of the agenda where we hear from Superintendent Moore with some reopening updates. We also have a few guests with us this evening to share and bring some additional information and perspective to the board. And so at this point, I will turn it over to Superintendent Moore and allow her to bring her update and also introduce our guests. Superintendent Moore.
Good afternoon again, or good evening, Chair Sutton and board members. I'm bringing this evening an information item to the board regarding an update on our reopening plans. The information item this evening will be divided into 3 parts. And the first part will include some of our guests engaging with work that's going on in the district and folks that are providing support to our decision-making processes. The second item will be an update from Drew Cook regarding feedback that we're getting about the current remote instruction and virtual academy structures and the feedback and some movement that we will be exploring there. And then the third part of the information item will be an update to the board on the dependencies that we've been talking about, the decisions, the things that need to be in place for reopening, as well as some scenarios about possible reopening, numbers of students, frequency of attendance, that sort of thing, in order to prepare the board for potentially having an actual decision on the reopening plan at your next board meeting. So I will start first with our first portion of the information item, and would like to welcome to our meeting this evening Dr. Danny Benjamin, who is the co-chair of the ABC Scientific Collaborative, formerly known as the COVID Advisory Group from Duke. I think they've expanded to some folks from Carolina now, so they're now the ABC Science Collaborative that the district signed an MOU with to help us learn and grow about what's going on with COVID and have some experts that can help us through our processes and decision making. And then we have two guests that will also join him towards the end of his comments. They are community folks that have been in touch with our board members about reopening, and that is Dr. Teresa Coleman and Dr. Teresa Flynn. And both of them will have an opportunity to provide some remarks towards the end of Dr. Benjamin's presentation. And so I'll turn it over now to Dr. Danny Benjamin.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Moore. Just a few quick reminders. You can go ahead to the next slide, please. My role and the role of the ABC group is not to provide any specific advice as to whether or not a school district should reopen or not. Go ahead, next slide, please. My co-chair, Dr. Kenesha Zimmerman, is on call this week in the pediatric intensive care unit. I'm also juggling the 4 kids and some other responsibilities. So I'm doing this via cell phone. If my connection gets a little wonky, that's okay. I'll just turn off video and be able to communicate by headset. As a couple of updates for the board, the partnership has expanded to include University of North Carolina at Chapel Hill. It also is now supported by the National Institute of Health. We have initiated MOUs with 50 different school districts. I think Dr. Martin had, no, maybe it was Mr. Hagerty, and I hope I'm saying that name correctly, had noted that Wake County was not the only county that was closed, and that is most certainly true, as I can tell you from school districts from throughout the state. I think informally, I think Wake County is really in that middle group, if you will, as it's working its way through this, and what, from as an outsider's perspective, seems to be a very thoughtful way, at least to my eye, looking at you all from a county or two away. As you all may remember, the program has an educational focus to it. Part of that educational focus is to equip superintendents with background on the science so that they can make informed decisions about policy. Mr. Sutton, I'm going to give you all maybe a flavor of a part of one of those presentations for superintendents. I'll give you that tonight. Those have covered everything from vaccines to some of the things that we're covering this evening to special populations. School and staff and sports. And school and staff have their own webinar. Those go off on Wednesday nights. And we had a couple of those. We are busy translating them into closed caption and Spanish. And when that is done, that information actually goes and is available to the public in a publicly available website so that families can view the ways in which we are educating educators and decision makers and staff throughout the state of North Carolina and other states around the country as far away as California. Next slide, please. So as an example of equipping the superintendents with information, science about if they decide to reopen, what are lessons that they can learn to do so. The first is from an overnight camp in Georgia. And at this time, it was speculated by many that children did not transmit the coronavirus as efficiently as adults. Some thought very inefficiently. And this group brought together 138 trainees and 120 staff members with a median age of 17 with a range of 14 to 59 years. So not unlike a staff group and that's in the public school system. They had limited, near nil cloth mask compliance. Their did have testing, but it was done approximately 12 days before arrival. The next week, they welcomed 363 campers, school-age children, age 6 to 19 years of age. There was very vigorous singing and cheering. There were no masks for the kids. I think we can all anticipate what the next slide is going to show, because by June 23rd, a teenage staff member had symptoms and was positive. Next slide, please. And in short, it did not go well. So of the 500, excuse me here while I'm on an iPhone, so I'm gonna have to borrow my wife's reading spectacles. 597 total children and campers and staff, attack rate of approximately 50%, equally distributed between males and females. You can see for children, a substantial number were infected, 50% children under 10, and the teenagers at about 45%, the adults at about 30%. Among the attendees, you can see for trainee, staff, and camper the various attack rates. And the children were actually in overnight cabins together. And you can see that in the larger cabins with more than a dozen children, the attack rate was very high, but even in the small cabins of less than 4 children, the attack rate was about 40%. Again, these children were not wearing masks. There was vigorous cheering and singing going on. Next slide, please. So the next example is, I'm sorry, key points. So as we all have been talking about, masks are important. Children should wear masks. Most of the transmission actually occurred from staff to campers, but there was some camper to camper transmission and occasional camper to staff transmission. And that's going to happen if we don't wear masks. The negative testing and testing protocols should not give reassurance if it's done without masking. And of course, the longer one was at camp, the higher the risk of infection. Next slide, please. This is in contrast to a report that came out from the MMWR, which stands for Morbidity and Mortality Weekly Report. This is the weekly communication from the CDC. And this is about an overnight camp in Maine. And in Maine, they did just about everything different. They also tested at the start, but they required masks. They kept in the first 2 weeks people in small groups. They were very fastidious about distancing, and they were extremely adherent to masking. And they had some children who, from the community, when they came, were infected, but they had no additional infections on site. And some might say, well, this is in a rural area in Maine. However, this camp actually welcomed over 1,000 children from over 40 states. And so their baseline incidence rate really reflected the national incidence rate this summer. And they implemented this multi-layered prevention strategy that was successful, the key to which was masking, and it prevented secondary infections. That camp successfully opened and stayed open throughout the summer. Next slide, please. So how do we interpret these data? And one of the things that we get asked about a lot is, should we have some kind of metric in the community, whether it's percent positives or the number of infections or how the trend is going? And really, it's not the metrics, but rather it's the plan. And we can see in after school care experience, if there's adherence and development to a good plan. This occurred in New York City at the height of the New pandemic in March and April, where tens of thousands of children were cared for and without secondary infections, compared to Utah, where childcare has had to close because of no masking and because of crowded conditions for the kids. We know this from camp experiences locally, whether it's in Durham or Chapel Hill or elsewhere in North Carolina, the Southeast, and in the Northeast. Time and again, we've gone through these experiences with the superintendents. And we know this from university experience, where At Davidson, at Duke University, at Norwich University, we are seeing extremely low numbers. At Norwich University, for example, there is 0 secondary infections. They've had 1 infection since school opened that was brought into the university from one of the staff members. No secondary infections. Very low infections at Western Carolina. In contrast to Alabama or University of Illinois, Urbana-Champaign, where if you don't wear masks and you enjoy activities that are sometimes legal for people over 21 in a group environment, such as a Greek system, you can count on a lot of infections. In the state of North Carolina, as has been noted, several school districts are open and are having extremely good success with minimal to 0 secondary, that is within school transmission. I've listed these here. These superintendents allowed me to give them a positive shout out. And the key elements among the above success stories is masking, population density. That is, if you're the fewer the people, if, for example, in a hybrid model, if you will, as the public schools call it, or the 3 Ws, the weight, 6 feet apart, if you will, and hand hygiene are extremely important. Metrics can be a small part of the decision. Metrics can be something that we think about. Certainly, the approach to schooling in New Zealand and Australia can be very, very different from North Carolina because of the metrics around community infection. And certainly, I don't think any of us would have wanted to have schools open at the height of the New York City pandemic this spring or in Houston this July. But in between, there is a great deal of flexibility around metrics, and really the efforts and the strict nature should be about the plan and adherence to the plan. And then finally, really this is one of the reasons that the ABC Science Group is not providing a detailed one should open or one should not open, is that ultimately this is a risk-benefit decision. That is, if we open up schools, we will have coronavirus infections, we will have COVID-19 disease. If we don't open schools, we will have coronavirus infections and we will have COVID-19 disease, as evidenced from the last 6 months, if nothing else. Really, the key question is, can the school district act together to put together a detailed plan and adhere to the plan such that there's no greater risk to children from COVID-19 should schools reopen? There's no greater risk to teachers should schools reopen. There's no greater risk to staff. And in fact, in some communities and in some educational communities, because of the strict adherence to the plans, it's actually safer from a COVID-19 perspective to be in school than to be out of school. The plans are so detailed, so strict, the adherence is so good that the children, the staff, the faculty are safer in school than they are out of school from COVID-19. The same applies, and if you don't have a plan, and if you don't adhere to the plan, you're going to end up like the camp in Georgia. It's not going to go well. At the same time, there's also other risks and benefits to children and to staff from being in school or not being in school. I think there are other folks that can comment on those items as they relate to overarching child well-being. And although as a general pediatrician can speak to some of that, I think it's the preference of this particular board to hear from general pediatricians who are practicing in the Wade County community. So I think I will stay largely silent unless asked about those elements. And Ms. Moore, I think that is the end of the formal comments that I have, although I can be available for Q&A.
Okay.
And these are the districts that, these are some of the districts that are involved right now of the 50. Thanks.
So as Dr. Benjamin mentioned, we do have a couple of guests with us that are local pediatricians, Dr. Teresa Flynn and Dr. Teresa Coleman, who may want to extend upon the comments that Dr. Benjamin was making at the end of his presentation about that whole risk-benefit analysis. So I'll allow them. We'll start with Dr. Flynn to see if you have anything you'd like to add.
Yes, thank you very much. And thank you to the board for inviting me to share some observations and perspectives with you. I am delighted that each of you has endorsed the goal of resuming in-person instruction when it is safe to do so, as the American Academy of Pediatrics has also encouraged. We know that there are risks and that all of you are working really hard to limit those risks to the teachers, to the parents, to the students, and I'm so grateful for all the work you're doing. I wanted to share what it's like being a pediatrician and seeing lots and lots of children these days. And many of the experiences that I have reflect the comments, some of the comments that Chairman Sutton shared. So first of all, there are lots and lots of children who are doing well. There are children who are thriving in this virtual environment. The teachers seem to be doing an extraordinary job. And so some of the kids, especially some of the high school kids, are successfully navigating the online instruction. They're able to connect socially with peers, and they're doing just fine. Even some of the younger kids, some of the are doing well academically, they're doing well physically, they're doing well emotionally. And as a pediatrician, I'm always delighted when a child is healthy and happy. Unfortunately, there are lots of other kids as well. I take care of many children with ADHD, and a lot of these kids, given an amazing skilled instruction from their teachers and a very structured school day and a physically structured environment and lots of supports, and the work of their parents and their own hard work and effort, and sometimes the partnership of someone like me as a medical provider, they manage to do okay. This online instruction has taken away a large proportion of those supports that have allowed them to be successful. And they're really, really struggling. One of my middle schoolers wakes up and every single school morning he vomits. He gets so stressed out because it's so hard for him. And he's a really conscientious, hardworking child who wants to do well. The anxiety that he experiences makes it impossible for him to really understand anything until he settles down around second period. So obviously working hard with him to provide some emotional support, some behavioral supports, but a lot of kids are having a really hard time. A lot of children who were struggling before this with anxiety, with depression, are having a much harder time without that peer support. It's harder to motivate when you're by yourself. And I love the comments from one parent about how her children are learning to be self-motivated and hardworking and have time management. And I'm so thrilled to hear, again, whenever a child is doing well, some of the children are not being successful in this environment and are having a hard time. I heard the parent who was saying that her kindergartner gets headaches and belly aches, and I'm seeing lots of kids with headaches and belly aches. One thing that's been really sad for me is watching the children that had been doing really well before we moved into this online learning environment, who now are not, who are too sad to learn, or who are too stressed out to learn, and who are frustrated. So again, I know that so many people are working so hard, and that all of you understand that frustration. But I wanted to bring that. I've even in the worst cases had children who have attempted to end their lives because that stress and sadness and isolation has reached a break for them.
Thank you, Dr. Flynn. Dr. Coleman, did you want to provide any comments?
Sure. I just have a few things that I can add. First of all, I wanted to thank the board, particularly Superintendent Moore and Chairman Sutton, for affording us this opportunity to speak at this meeting. I'm incredibly grateful to share my perspective as a primary care physician practicing in Wake County. On a daily basis, I am seeing the downstream consequences of children being out of the school environment and appreciate this opportunity to share my experience and that of my primary care colleagues with you all. From a strict medical sense, I think the most obvious direct health consequence I've seen in the last 6 months is just a huge increase in obesity in my school-age population. These instances of rapid weight gain have incredibly long-lasting health consequences that's going to persist into adulthood for many of these children. I echo Dr. Flynn's statements about headaches and stomach aches. On a daily basis, I'm seeing patients with this, and we rule out all the medical complications, and these are directly attributable to stress. One of the biggest things I see across the board is a number of children who are having sleep disturbances during this time. This stress impacts so many aspects of kids' lives that their ability, and even a typical kid with no attention issues, their ability to focus, their ability to learn, their ability to, really be attentive during class are drastically affected, and their behavior at large. Kids are not able to behave well if they haven't had that good sleep, and their anxiety is causing and lastly, kind of echoing another thing, our most vulnerable patient populations, those with IEPs and 504s. I've had many of my patients show either a halt in their progression, and some have actually experienced regression. All of these children are missing valuable opportunities for speech, occupational therapy, and other services that they need to stay, on par with their peers. I could go on much longer, but I just wanted to draw attention to several of the most significant issues that I'm seeing. Thank you so much again for this opportunity to advocate for my patients. I am always happy to be available for any further discussions or specific questions you have about how this is impacting our school-age children.
Thank you, Dr. Coleman. I would like to take just a moment as we close out this portion of the presentation to thank Dr. Benjamin and Dr. Coleman and Dr. Flynn for joining us this evening to provide really sort of the runway for the discussion this evening. We will probably come back to some of these comments and thoughts in other parts of the presentation as well. I think we may have time for 1 or 2 questions from a board member if there's anything specific that you'd like to ask about what was presented. And we do still have 2 other items that are a part of the information item.
Okay, I'm seeing questions from, starting with Ms. Mahaffey.
Thank you, Chair Sutton. For all of our pediatricians that are on here, thank you for taking the time to speak with us. I have 2 questions that are kind of similar, so if I group them together, hopefully you can help us out. Aside from the 3 Ws that we're hearing about, is there anything else that we should be asking of our community to help stop the spread of COVID-19? And for our parents and caregivers, what are ways we can encourage practicing the 3 Ws at home in order to prep our students for their return to school? Thank you.
Thank you for that question. I'm sorry, Chair Sutton, is that okay if I?
Yes.
Sorry about that. So one thing that we are definitely recommending is that parents bring their children to their well child checks and their routine immunizations, because the last thing we need are other infectious diseases running rampant in our community that could be prevented. As far as helping children with the compliance, there are lots and lots of resources online. Things like having children dress their dolls and stuffed animals with masks. Things like social stories, which can be used even for children with autism and developmental delays to help them be successful. Signs, posters, coloring books. So there are lots of ways to help children be successful. And of course, most important is for us adults to role model that behavior.
This is Danny Benjamin, just to provide a little bit of data. In the school districts where they are open, the superintendents are reporting masking compliance among the children at about 99% or greater. And this is something that we've also seen at Duke University and UNC in the hospital systems. So the children are doing a fantastic job masking. The challenge is in the hospital environment and in the schools environment thus far have largely and somewhat paradoxically been with the adults. And so at Duke, we, in patients who are in the hospital, they are children who are without symptoms, whether or not they've been untested, so we don't know whether or not they have COVID, but they are without symptoms. We have them wear a cloth mask. The physicians, the nurses, the occupational therapists, the physical therapists, we wear either a cloth mask or a surgical or medical mask, depending on what month of the year it was. Earlier in the pandemic, some of us had to wear cloth. And we saw no secondary transmissions in a healthcare system with 30,000 employees, no healthcare secondary transmission. And the only transmission we got was with when staff broke protocols. That is, 2 staff members would go into a break room, take off their masks, and eat lunch together in a very enclosed, confined space. At UNC, it's the same experience. So job one for the adults is to model the behavior and to encourage and be supportive of the behavior around masking. Number 2 is going and around hand hygiene and around distancing. And then number 2 is going to be for folks to get the flu vaccine this year, because the signs and symptoms for flu are going to be a lot of overlap with COVID. And if children come to school or staff come to school with flu, there's going to be great challenges as it relates to staffing and keeping kids in school because of the turnaround time for testing these days. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Madden, for the question. Mrs. Kushner.
Thank you, Chief Sutton and Dr. Benjamin. I appreciate you underscoring the need for adherence to masking. That's got to be one, as we say, tight or loose. That's got to be a tight requirement for both our staff and our students. So I appreciate you bringing that information to the board. And that was good. I heard you say that, and having students in small cohorts is going to be key to any plan that we have going forward. So just wanted to that was going to be my question, so that underscores those points. Thank you, Chair Sutton.
Thank you, Ms. Kushner. Mr. Haggerty.
Thank you, Mr. Sutton. I have 2 quick questions, and what I'd like to do is just ask them, and then I'll step back out and let our panelists address them. First, Dr. Benjamin, if I understood you correctly, I think one of the points that you were trying to emphasize was that the metric, community infection rate or positive testing, whatever it is, was not as important as the plan, using those 2 camps as examples. And so that puts a lot of the importance on the plan schools adopt. And you'd mentioned best practices, mask use, hand hygiene, and density. And I was just curious if you could tell us a little bit more about kind of what you meant by density, what those recommendations might be, or best practices we should look at. And then the second thing, Dr. Flynn, it's good to see you. I appreciate you being here. We've talked before about this. I didn't know if you could comment briefly on anything you've seen or know about any differences between younger children versus older students. Thank you both for being here. I really appreciate your participation on this.
Great. So thanks for that question. First of all, I'm sorry for using jargon and being a little sloppy So around density, meaning if we cram a bunch of children into a small room, that's not going to go well, especially around lunchtime, for example. So if you think about the 3 W's as wearing the mask, wait 6 feet apart from each other, and hand washing, the wait 6 feet apart from each other or stay physically distanced from each other is possible if we don't have overcrowding. That's number one. And then around the metrics specifically, there's not only that is that based on experience, not only is that based on the camp experience, the university's experience, and other school districts' experience, there's reasons from a mathematical and epidemiology standpoint as to why it's fraught with peril to rely solely on 1 or 2 or 3 metrics, because how tests are administered and to whom tests are administered drives things like the percent positive rate. So if let me take a step back. At the extreme, if thousands of tests are done and no one is positive and the test performance is good, it's a good test, great. And if 50% of the people who take the test are positive, that's really not good. But the difference between 4%, 6%, 7%, that can be heavily influenced by whether or not physicians and nurses are taking these samples from symptomatic patients, from patients who are severely ill, from asymptomatic patients, from patients from screening, from large universities where testing is done to all students. So the patient population and how you administer the test and the policies around the test, which have very little to do with risk to a child who walks through the door of an elementary school, that really impacts a lot of those metrics that you're seeing the media focus on. And that over-reliance on metrics can be fraught with peril. My understanding of the Wake County School Board and my understanding of the superintendent's office at Wake County is that you all are being thoughtful about the metrics, that you all are incorporating the metrics in your decision, that you all are thinking through that together. And that, as an outsider's perspective, is exactly what I would suggest that you do. That is, you think through them, you discuss them, you incorporate them, but having a rigid application around 1 or 2 or 3 percentages or metrics is something that I would strongly advise against. Thanks.
And I was asked the question about older children versus younger children by Mr. Haggerty. And certainly Dr. Benjamin has got much more depth in the area of epidemiology than I do. But overall, it does seem that children under the age of 10 are much less likely to spread the virus than older children, as far as we know now. And all of us are in this moment of every time we learn something, new information comes out and we have to adjust our understanding. But still, most of the sicknesses have gone from adults to children. And it does look like the older children, 11 and up, spread the virus, at about the same rate as adults do. So that's our best current understanding, is that younger children are less likely to spread this virus than older children, which is very different from influenza and many of the other infectious diseases that we have in our communities.
Yeah, let me just jump in there just a little bit. So I think it's fair to say that adolescents are reasonably close enough to adults as far as their ability to spread. The data are much more mixed in children under 10, and there's considerable uncertainty. I think so just to clarify that, the data are much more mixed in children under 10. The other points were extremely spot on it's very different from flu. There's certainly data to say that children under 10 spread it less. Certainly considerable amount of data that children under 10 have less severe disease, and certainly a considerable amount of data that children of all ages are capable of spreading the disease.
Thank you both for your responses. Dr. Martin.
Thank you. Comment and a couple of questions. The comment is, I too want to thank you, Dr. Benjamin, for emphasizing the plan, because yeah, all the data points to, if we work together and are careful and rigorously follow a plan, we can do a lot more. And I think that really does point to our work, that the plan needs to be, not just an office-based plan, but, one that really works in the classroom. So thank you for that emphasis. My 2 points, or questions. One is with respect to metrics. I'm being a data scientist myself. I concur with your assessment that metrics should not be some cutoff, some be all and end all. But I think it's fair to say, and correct me if I'm wrong, that let's say we have a 5% infection rate. We don't necessarily know what that is. If that 5% infection rate is based on testing of only symptomatic people, then at least my understanding is that's still seen as, getting to be pretty significant. If that is 5% and we're testing symptomatic and asymptomatic people, then that is pointing toward an even higher incidence. So is it not correct that just the Wake County numbers, again, we don't know, is that symptomatic testing? Is it asymptomatic testing? I believe it's a combination of both. But when we look at metric numbers, don't we need to be pretty careful and say, the numbers can be better than some threshold, but you sure don't want them to be worse. Is that not a fair assessment?
Yeah, I'd be real cautious about hard and fast rules about that. Number one.
Completely agreed with that. I just don't want us to underplay them as well.
Yeah, I think what I would encourage looking at trends of metrics is best when we can compare apples to apples.
Absolutely.
So one of the things that the ABC group is working in partnership with the schools on that do decide to reopen is to look at infections in children if they are out of school versus in school. And at that point, you can start to see the increased risk or decrease or similar of being in school. Given how there's great fluctuations in the populations being tested, I have concerns about interpreting the percent positives in a really, really meaningful way. I think you and I are probably closer in our perspective than what it might sound to lay folks who are listening. I think both of us take the metrics very seriously, and I think both of us are very cautious about them. So I suspect you and I are closer in our approach to this than folks hearing this exchange right now might think. Yeah.
Well, and that's why I wanted to raise the question, because I don't want folks to sort of walk away with the feeling that, oh, metrics are just okay. Because I think we do have consistency looking, for example, at the Wake County metrics, we're not comparing Wake County with New York. We're comparing Wake County with what's been going on. And so looking at the 14-day trend, for example, is a legitimate thing to do. And, if we're, like I say, right now we're at 7%, if that is testing everybody, we've got a bigger problem than if that's just testing, symptomatic individuals. So I just want us to be really clear that we do need to pay attention to metrics, but there's not a simplistic switch that will be flipped because you're 5.2 versus 4.8.
Yeah, I think we're aligned, and I think also it's worth mentioning for folks is that there's no evidence that a school district is more likely or less likely to succeed at 5% versus 7%, but there is considerable evidence that a school district is more likely to fail if they don't develop and adhere to a specific plan.
We're in 100% agreement to that.
Yeah, great.
Yeah. The second question I have goes more to the providers, and I don't want to at all sound insensitive to this. The issues of emotional stress, obesity, and sleep disturbance, right? These are things that we see from the board level, in transfer appeals all the time. This is an ongoing story with education. Education, creates different stressors to different people at different times. And a little bit of my concern, I don't want to downplay at all the reality of the added stress, but it feels a little bit like it's kind of easy to say that all the stress on children is because schools are virtual. I sincerely believe that even when we open up, we're going to see many of these same stresses. We have a society that is polarized. We have a society that's full of stress. And I just want us to be careful that we don't, again, sort of put on schools the whole of the emotional well-being of children. We absolutely have a major role to play. I don't want to downplay that at all. But as an educator and seeing what happens in classrooms, working with teachers that see what happens in classrooms, a lot of what we're seeing, we educators see all the time. We just see them in our classrooms. Parents are now seeing more of them in their homes that they normally didn't see because the child wasn't at home. Now, I understand that you as pediatricians see them in a different context. But again, I just want to make sure that we're framing this that, the schools are neither the sole problem nor the sole savior that's going to take care of these challenges, because the stress really is broad community-wide because of this pandemic, because of a lot of social unrest in our community, because of political issues, and you name it. And the schools can't be the target for the sum total of the whole thing. We've got to work together as a community because we have to care about our children.
Thank you so much for those comments, Mr. Martin and Dr. Martin. And I am so grateful for you for saying that, and I could not agree more. The stressors right now are universal. Every single one of us is living through a pandemic that is a global pandemic. We're living through economic upheaval. We're living through civil unrest. We're living through a political stressor time, mass unemployment. Many, many people have lost loved ones, have died unexpectedly. So those stressors are not something that the schools caused. It's most definitely not something that the schools can eliminate. And schools can never be the end all and be all of the supports in the life of a child. The most important support for a child's well-being is their family. That said, the schools have been the place where children socialize with other children, and peer-to-peer support is a gigantic piece of the resilience that children experience. And so being with other kids is something that really helps children cope with stress and manage stress. And I heard talking about being that light. Schools are filled with amazing, wonderful teachers and staff who are caring, skilled adults. And many times when there are stressors, children can live through those with tremendous resilience when there are adults supporting them through those terrible times. And so when schools are open, children are loved not only by their parents, but also by their music teacher and their homeroom teacher and the custodian and their principal. And each and every one of those adult supports is another balance to the tremendous stressors that all of us are experiencing.
Thank you for the response, Dr. Flynn. Ms. Johnson-Hosler.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Sutton. I think I only have 2 questions that haven't been asked, hopefully. I'm trying to make sure that's accurate. And of course, you all can tell me if you've answered those. So my first question is for both of our pediatricians, either of you. Do we have at this point, given I'm sure it's uncertain, or at least probably maybe inconsistent, but do we know what short-term or long-term effects are on our young people, and that's K-12 students who are impacted by COVID, health and or mental health?
So all of this information is emerging, but we do know there are many children that have had asymptomatic COVID infections or very mild COVID infections. There are children who have become seriously ill, especially with the inflammatory response. And we don't know the long-term effects, and some of those are frightening. We do know that not only has there been significant mental health effects of the COVID pandemic and the isolation on children, and tremendous educational effects, but we also know that there have been increases in child maltreatment. We know that there have been increases in suicides. So we know that this whole combination of stressors in combination with the increased isolation, because we know that phone calls to domestic violence hotlines have gone skyrocketing as well. And so some children are in homes that are not safe, nurturing places for those children to be. And now they don't leave those homes during the day.
There are so many comments I can make on my day job on domestic violence and child abuse, but I will not. I'll say that for a whole different conversation. My second question is, and I don't know if anybody actually has the answer to this, but do you have, or are there plans out there that have been recommended for schools who do open that need to either quarantine a group of students? I'm 100% certain that also has some mental health impact on those students, or closure once they're in the buildings. And if we have to return them home, has anyone created a plan of action, and then can have any feedback on the considerations for our students?
So let me, that's a very thoughtful question. So let me make sure I understand it. I think your question is, are there other school districts or other entities that have put together plans around what happens when we quarantine, not quarantine, but when children have to be excused from school for symptoms, if we have to do contact tracing, if we've got to send kids home for symptoms or positive tests, etc. The short answer to that is yes. That has gone on in other school districts, and one of the purposes of the ABC science collaboration is to connect school districts to each other in a lessons learned on what does and does not work well in those settings. Once we have the website more fully fleshed out, those will be able to be shared between school districts electronically. Right now, those are happening on regular phone calls between the collaborating school districts and the science and the scientific leadership. And thus far, those plans from my eye and the eye of the leadership team scientifically have been sound and consistent with the CDC guidelines. The districts are varying in some of the details of their approaches related to the limitations of space constraints and whether they're in a rural or urban environment. And given what I've seen of your superintendent and her team, I anticipate that if such a plan, if you all reopen sometime in the 2021 academic year, around which I have no opinion, I fully anticipate that your superintendent is going to put forward a pretty solid plan there, given what I've seen of her and her team's work thus far.
Thank you. I appreciate you remaining neutral in your comment to me. You certainly answered my question, answered the question that I was asking. And so I guess I'll look forward to the website or talk to our superintendent about the things that she's heard, because I certainly do believe as we talk about the impact of children's well-being, I asked the question because I also think it is the right thing to do to prepare families and students who will choose to return safely to the buildings, that we talk that through on the front end of it, because again, students have already gone through so much transition. So I think it's important that as much as we can prepare them, and of course that will be different from K-12 based on, the amount of information that we can provide to our young people. But I do think that's something for us to be considering before we open, so that we have those conversations and plans in place. Because I do think the more we know, the better the transition will be, especially for our students.
Yes, ma'am.
So thank you very much. I think that's it, Chair Sutton.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Johnson-Hostler. Mrs. Cash.
Yes, thank you. This is a good presentation. I appreciate this. Thank you, Ms. Johnson-Hostler, too. I think we do need to know a plan about if we have a positive COVID and what we do. That'll be helpful. But I think I just want to boil back down. I think what we've heard here tonight is that even though the metrics are important, the plan is the most important part. So I think we'll be talking about a plan. And I think we certainly don't disagree that children are doing much better in school than out. And so I hope we move forward with a plan on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Cash. Ms. Kushner, did you have an additional comment?
Yes, I'm sorry. Ms. Johnson-Hostler made me think of an additional question for Dr. Benjamin, because I wondered, because I do think we need to prepare our students, because when we reopen school and when Plan B students transition back to school, it's not going to be the normal school that they might be expecting. So I was wondering if through this collaborative, we have webinars for students as well on reentry. Is that part of y'all's plan? And perhaps it was answered and I missed it, but just wanted to ask that.
No, it hasn't been answered. And the closest we've come to it being asked is, are the webinars available for parents? Let me go back and talk. We have not discussed your question at length. And let me go back and talk to the team members about that. If that's something that that is feasible, I'm stuttering here because I'm like, dude, I can't believe I didn't think of that.
Well, because I've heard from some students who have gone back to school,
yeah,
that they are suffering from sadness and depression and stress and anxiety because school is not the normal school. They have to socially distance. They have to wear a mask. They have to be in smaller cohorts. The plan has to be adhered to, is what I'm hearing this evening. And so there's going to be parameters that our students and our staff follow for us to be safe and to get through this pandemic. So that would be and it could be, maybe it doesn't have to be a TikTok, but something that would appeal to our students or would be great. So thank you.
So small videos, I can take that back to the team. I will say that, when we walked the superintendents through some of the data and what it means to develop a vaccine and the challenges to the supply chain and the challenges of a respiratory virus vaccine, the superintendent started to realize that this will be with us not only in the 2021 school year, but also in 21-22 and quite likely beyond. So we're, whatever your decisions are, think about the long haul, because this is not a sprint.
I think that's realistic and great advice. Thank you, Dr. Benjamin.
Yes, ma'am.
So thank you, Dr. Benjamin. The call,
Yes, sir.
and we appreciate it. Board members, thank you for your questions. I want to move us on with the rest of the presentation, but we thought it was important, and Superintendent Moore and I sort of went back and forth. We even went through this a little bit in executive committee last week and thought it was important enough to bring the perspective of not just the collaborative, the ABC collaborative, but to have some doctors that practice here in Wake County to bring a perspective to us as we continue to weigh both the risks and the benefits of a return to school. So thank you for you all's perspective. We appreciate the candor and the honesty of the testimonies. And board members, please use that, take that information to heart and use it as you see fit, as you deliberate and move forward in your decision making. Superintendent Moore, I turn it back over to you.
Thank you. And I'd like to thank our guests as well and wish them a great evening. So, the next part of the presentation this evening for the information item, we will have Assistant Superintendent for Academics, Drew Cook, present some feedback that we've been getting around the first 4 weeks with remote instruction and virtual academy to provide the board an update. I know you've been hearing a lot of feedback as well, and talk a little bit about options moving forward. Drew?
Thank you, Superintendent Moore. Thank you also, Dr. Benjamin, Dr. Coleman, Dr. Flynn, and good evening, Chair Sutton and members of the board. In addition, as Superintendent Moore was just referencing to the update that you just received on the work of our ABC Science Collaborative and our medical professionals, and also as a bit of a prelude to Superintendent Moore's presentation in a few minutes on our progress towards reopening schools for in-person instruction, we did want to take just a moment this evening to share with you a brief update on some of the initial feedback we've received regarding the observations and experiences of our teachers, students, and families during the first few weeks of the 2021 school year. And admittedly, much of this you probably have seen in some form or fashion as you have been probably receiving as much, if not more, feedback as many of our district staff has as well over the last couple of weeks. Like you, we have heard quite a bit of feedback and input on what's working, and also probably more so transparently and quite honestly on what areas where improvements and or adjustments may be needed, particularly in regards to district-wide parameters around daily instructional schedules for teachers and students and the associated implications and impact as far as the daily experience of our teachers and kids in the virtual setting. So in addition to highlighting some of the most common things we're hearing, we'll also take just a minute to share a brief overview of some of the action steps that the district and schools are engaged in or are considering in order to appropriately and effectively address some of those issues that we're hearing. So as we address this topic, if we can take you back just for a moment, which seems like I know ages ago, to some of our early discussions this summer, as we were in the early stages of developing a framework for how teaching and learning might occur in either a fully or a partially online environment. If you'll recall, the broad overarching goal based on the clear feedback from our community and our staff after their remote learning experiences in the spring was that it would be important to develop and implement a district-wide framework that provides for a structure for rigorous academic experience for each of our students. As outlined here in this excerpt, from a slide that we shared at the July 2nd work session, we also highlighted the critical importance of ensuring that our decision-making reflects the appropriate balance really between providing consistency and predictability while also remaining responsive to new and evolving information, circumstances, and also just our firsthand experiences. In other words, we recognize that consistency and quote, kind of staying the course is important, whether with scheduling parameters or many other important issues, but certainly not at the expense of allowing for adjustments or not allowing for adjustments and flexibility that would improve effectiveness and efficiency if and when appropriate, and also, of course, as always, if in the best interests of our students. As was the case back in early July, we believe that this context and framework certainly remains relevant to this discussion now and moving forward. So as we take a look back at the first full month of the 2021 school year, referenced here are some of the general conclusions that we'll call out briefly. As we do, it is important, as several of you have noted in your opening remarks this evening, the initial conclusion that we must draw first and draw attention to is that there can be no doubt that we would not have achieved nearly the level of success or progress that we have seen thus far without the determined work of our teachers and our parents and support staff, all to support student success. Each group has no doubt given of their time and their talents in new ways, at times rewarding, and at times we know quite frustrating and exhausting, but always with the best interests of our students at heart, which obviously we really, really appreciate. We've also found in the first month a reinforcement that in many ways, good, effective instruction has not changed. It requires engaging, relevant material that speaks to all students. It requires purposeful, constructive feedback that is likely to yield growth. It requires a variety of strategies, yes, both digital and non-digital, in order to successfully achieve standards and goals. What we are finding, though, and what's clear, and perhaps not surprisingly, is the time necessary to plan for and deliver that effective instruction is often taking significantly longer in a fully remote environment as opposed to the traditional brick and mortar classroom. The micro movements and the actions by teachers to support learning while in the virtual environment are much different, and that is taking additional time and energy on a daily basis for many of our staff. Like several of our board members, I'm a parent first myself, and I've witnessed firsthand over the past month the incredible and even at times I would say heroic efforts that our teachers are putting in to effectively engage with our students each and every day. And the time that requires cannot be discounted, and certainly is something that we have to consider moving forward with any adjustments in scheduling parameters and guidance that we might make, both in the short term and the long term. Next, it is important to note that student experiences are unique and varied, both from school to school and within an individual classroom. Just like prior to our closure, we know students have had different experiences with learning. Some are finding relatively seamless success, while others are finding success only with a tremendous amount of time and effort, and we recognize that. Others are still figuring out how to engage, organize, and manage learning in a remote environment. Some students who have never struggled to, quote, play the game of school are still working to learn how to navigate this new environment. And that takes additional time, energy, and no doubt some stress on our students to do so. And of course, we also know still we have students, unfortunately, who have struggled in the past and who still are. This is an important point because we must acknowledge that broad blanket statements like remote learning has been successful or conversely, this is not working, or perhaps both potentially true. And we have to work in the weeks ahead to acknowledge and respond to the individual student, not just kind of the aggregated overall student experience on a broad scale. That said, a clear preponderance of the initial feedback, as you well know, indicates a need for some strategic adjustments and flexibility in our work moving forward, which we will touch on further in just a minute or two. Finally, there has been much feedback about the impact of increased screen time on both students and staff. Both groups are feeling the impact of working in a new way. And while we want our students and staff to feel comfortable within their learning and working environment, this does not feel like normal, and nor, quite frankly, do we ever want it to become our norm. In our initial scheduling development efforts going back several months ago now, you may recall much of our focus was on how much live or synchronous instruction would be provided each day. Essentially, we communicated and established a baseline of 2 to 3 hours each day of live synchronous instructional time in addition to the asynchronous time that students would be engaged. With a few weeks of kind of, I guess you'd say, real world experience now under our belts, it's becoming evident in many instances that in practice, asynchronous learning may in fact be requiring as much, if not more, screen time for many of our students on a daily basis. And while not exclusively so, much of the feedback we're seeing and hearing on this topic is coming particularly from the early elementary level, which again might be anticipated given the developmental stage of students that are that young. So with that overview of the broad feedback and observations that have been gathered through the first month of the school year, we'll share briefly a few of the strategies and potential adjustments that are being considered, or in some cases perhaps have already been implemented at the school level. First, generally speaking, as we've mentioned, we'll continue to seek out opportunities where we can support individual schools in making adjustments to their daily schedules in response to the specific needs and experiences and observations that school may have. Other areas we are exploring include, but are certainly not going to be limited to, the potential need for tighter limits on the daily cumulative total of live and asynchronous instructional time for students, particularly again in the early elementary grades. We're also looking at the value of increasing perhaps the minimum district-wide baseline for teacher and PLT planning time, given again the increased amount of time that we know our teachers and instructional staff are having to spend on planning daily lessons in a completely new and fully online environment. And finally, we do see some potential value in perhaps integrating something like a weekly district-wide asynchronous learning day to provide additional opportunities for individual student supports and interventions, social emotional needs assessments and wellness checks, and teacher and PLT planning. So as we've said so many times in this forum before, we do want and intend to provide district level support and adjustments where appropriate. But in doing so, we also want it to actually feel like support to our students, teachers, and schools, not all of whom share the same experiences and perspectives, of course. So we'll close this segment of the presentation by highlighting a few of the important action steps that are either in motion now or will be underway in the coming days. First, district staff, and particularly our area superintendents, have already been hard at work reviewing and analyzing individual schools' schedules in their regions to identify regional and district-wide trends and/or outliers that may be occurring. This process actually began nearly 2 weeks ago and has already yielded, I think, some positive results in terms of some effective, kind of quick-hitting adjustments that have been made at the school level to respond to the circumstances and the environment locally. Next, we know more comprehensive feedback from stakeholders will be critical to finding solutions for support that actually are perceived as support. To that end, we will be engaging all K-12 principals in feedback and input discussions during their district meeting later this week. We've already been in collaboration and consultation with Wake NCAE and their leadership to identify the best, most effective strategies to gather comprehensive input from teachers. And we intend for this to include a district-wide survey to be deployed later this week, and also likely direct engagement with the Superintendent's Teacher Advisory Council later next week. We also plan to reach out to focus groups of students as we've done in the past, going back to last spring, and also parents to seek their direct feedback in the coming week ahead. As we transition to Superintendent Moore's presentation in just a minute or so on potential plans and considerations for returning to in-person instruction, we do think it's important that any solution or support that we implement in regards to remote learning schedules in the short term aligns with our broader goal of getting students back into the school building as soon as it is safe to do so. So put simply, while we recognize it's really important that we be responsive to our evolving circumstances when needed, We also know that constant change cannot be our norm as a district if we want our students to grow and thrive. So any supports and adjustments that we make to scheduling parameters at the district level must work both now and in the longer run when our students return to campuses. Finally, we need to assess the potential impact of scheduling options on instruction and also on learning. If an option or a change serves to provide an immediate relief, but then limits our ability to accomplish our learning goals for the school year as aligned to our state standards, we've of course got to examine that. Any options for scheduling adjustments or structural changes will likely come with advantages and challenges. So we will be thoughtful in our improvement process to ensure that any district level solutions that might be implemented are in fact just that, real solutions for our teachers, our students, and our families, both now and also in the future. So with that, thank you for your time and attention. And at this time, I'll turn it back over to Superintendent Moore, who will continue with the remainder of the presentation.
Thank you, Drew. I'm going to go ahead and move on then to the next section on returning to in-person instruction. And for this portion of the information item, I'm going to be providing the board with an update on progress towards reopening schools for in-person instruction, to include some status updates, a draft potential metric recommendation if we want to head in that direction, and some scenarios for reopening. Staff are asking the board to provide us with questions, feedback, and direction in order to prepare for a final recommendation for board approval at the next meeting. On to the next slide. So there were three primary categories that we have discussed with regards to reopening in meetings past. The first one we're calling operations. These are things like supplies, materials, processes. I'll give you more detail in just a moment and where we are on all of those. Another one we've called staff readiness. This is about ensuring that teachers have had time to get back in the building, practice, have access to training and information, and have building their confidence and understanding to return to in-person instruction safely. And then the last section I'll talk about is a question that has come up multiple times around metrics. Are there COVID-19 data points that WCPSS is reviewing, and are we going to establish targets in those arenas? Next slide. So with regards to operations, there's four main categories that I'm going to cover here. The first has to do with PPE and supplies. So all of the required and recommended PPE has been received. It has been distributed to school sites. So you'll see things like cloth reusable face coverings, hand sanitizer, hand soap, paper towels, touchless thermometers, signage, all of those things are in schools. Those are ready to go. Custodial cleaning supplies for buildings have also been distributed to school sites. These are the supplies that our custodians will use to support cleaning and of classrooms and spaces when students are not in the building or before or after school hours. This includes the solution that you actually have to be trained on that's approved by the CDC for this specific purpose. Classroom cleaning supplies, that is the one sort of piece of operational equipment that's not yet in the buildings. This is primarily some wipes that we want to provide for all classroom spaces for all teachers so that they have access to something when they are in the room should they need to use something. There'll be soap in the room, there'll be hand sanitizer in all of the classrooms, but we want them to have a cleaning supply as well, something that they can use if they need to support them when they're in between the custodial cleanings that have to happen. It was ordered a while ago. There's been a backlog, but my understanding is that it should be here in the next 2 to 3 weeks. We have already received a small supply of this product that we are using in the FAST program classrooms in the schools. Another word about PPE and supplies. It also includes some of the specialized PPE like shields or gowns or gloves or those sorts of things that some of our staff will likely need to wear. Moving on to health guidance and support processes. So these processes, by and large, have already been communicated to staff through the return to work guide on Wake Connect. And these are things like what's expected around social distancing, how to monitor for systems, what to do in different cases. We have training videos that have been created also that are located on Wake Connect. These are things like modules for teachers on face coverings, healthy hygiene, face shields. Those things are already on Wake Connect. Under staff practice of screening protocols, that was one of the things that we wanted schools to have an opportunity and teachers to do. So we're gathering that data now to see where schools are on practicing all of those screening protocols and the safety processes. We are aware that not all staff have been in our buildings already. A lot of our teachers have. I'll talk more about that in a moment. But this will be completed and is on track. It will be completed for staff to practice these screening protocols before whatever date we pick for return to instruction. There's some board policies that we've had to review, including the one tonight for different types of arenas, and we'll continue to do so as things come up that are needed to support the changes that are happening to both what's happening with virtual instruction and the virtual academy, and anything to return to in-person instruction that needs to change based on the fact that school is looking different and we're doing things differently than we have in the past. Moving on to the next slide. There are a couple of dependencies that that are of special note and important because obviously they impact our ability to open, and they are services that we are providing. So the first one really is around transportation. The first Plan B that the board has already approved is a 3-week rotation with 3 cohorts of students. That was approved as we were finalizing the virtual academy numbers. So those routes for 3-week rotations are established. They are ready. I believe we've got drivers practicing those routes already, so that if we return in a 3-week rotation, that is ready. Bus drivers have been provided training on how to clean buses and that sort of thing. We are working on the attestation procedures. We have something that we're using with staff already, and a quick way for parents to be able to, before a student rides a bus, to fill out a form that allows their child to sort of be pre-screened before they get on the bus. And then when they get to school, they'll go through the full screening protocol. Another piece that we're working on right now is, because we now know that over 50% of our students have chosen the virtual academy, we want to explore the possibility of moving to a 2-week rotation as a recommendation instead of a 3-week rotation. But in order to do that, we really want to survey our Plan B families, or find some way to reach out or crunch or finish crunching the numbers by school, which we provided some of that information to the board already, to ensure that we can handle on our buses the 2-week rotation. So there's still a little work that needs to be done there, but before we bring a recommendation back to the board, we will have that completed. So that's already started in progress, and so within the next couple of weeks, we'll be ready to include that or not as a part of our recommendation. We are also looking at child supervision. So you know that as our teachers right now are engaged in remote instruction, we are providing an opportunity for the children of staff to have a place to go during remote instruction, so that their parents, who are teachers and staff, can continue with their work. If we bring students back to school, we're going to need to examine how that program, that support, is going to change. We are currently staffing our child supervision with some bus drivers and CNS workers that don't have other duties, and so we're providing them an opportunity to continue to earn their paychecks. So we are going to need to review how we would provide support, because if staff are going to be in their classrooms teaching every week and their children are only in school on some sort of rotation, then we're going to need to see what we can do to provide support there. And then, of course, our community FAST program that is serving families will have to make some changes as well to how they continue to provide support for if we are in a rotation basis with regards to the weeks of instruction for students when they are in remote instruction weeks. Next slide, please. So another dependency that we've talked about is readiness, staff readiness. What does it mean for staff to be ready for in-person learning and teaching? We know that many of our teachers have in fact already returned to the building in some way, shape, or form. Principals are providing feedback to their area superintendents about how many staff are coming back into the building. The most recent couple of weeks have been between 2/3 and 3/4, between 66 and 75% of our schools are reporting that 50% or more of their staff are in the building. That does mean, however, that there are some staff that have not yet returned into the building, and we're going to take some time to figure out exactly where that is happening so that we can determine for the runway that we have provided the teachers what still needs to happen to get them back into a building and get prepared for in-person instruction. Our HR department continues to work with schools. We've got 70-some vacancies that are currently in place right now, so most vacant positions are being filled quickly. We do have a good crop of substitutes at this point. Our fill rate for when teachers need subs is actually better than it normally is. We continue to hire substitutes should we need them. And I think it's important here to point out that our HR department has also worked with staff who have requested accommodations, who may have a reason to request an accommodation to telework or not be in the building. So we do have a number of staff that have requested that, some that have been approved to telework. So, that gets taken into the mix at the school level when the principal determines how to possibly need to redistribute staff when students come back for in-person learning. Sort of as a reminder here, schools are not really resourced for Plan B well. It is, I think I've said before and previously publicly that Plan B has some difficulties with it because the number of resources, teachers that might be needed in order to implement it well, the staff that's needed is not something that we have been attributed. We do not have additional human resources to work with this, so we're having to really redirect how we use our existing staff. And the fact that we have a number of students on Virtual Academy as well also will present challenges as principals contemplate how to rearrange their staff, knowing that they've already communicated to families that the teacher that you may have now may not be the teacher that you have when you go back into the classroom. It just depends on how they are able to organize their staffs. So there are some hardships with returning. There are still some school level, teacher level tasks that need to be completed. Making sure that teachers are comfortable and can check off that on a list that they've got their supplies, they've got their equipment. There may be classroom materials and supplies that need to be reconfigured and done differently in order to prepare for students, managing high touch areas, not just in the hallways or bathrooms, but also in the classrooms. So those are things that they'll be working on as they get ready for kids to come back in. There have also been staff readiness. There's also been some professional development and some opportunities for learning that we have provided teachers to make sure that they are ready for return to in-person instruction. First, there's some required courses that we've asked teachers to take that are all about working in a blended and online learning environment. I think it's 4 different types of courses that we've asked them to complete. We've given them a runway through the fall to complete those. Because we know that for most teachers, some form of blended learning, they'll be online or in person, will both be the case this year. And a number of our teachers have registered, I think well over, let's see, 10,000 for one, 11,000 for another, which is the vast majority of our teaching workforce. The training videos that I mentioned earlier that are on Wake Connect around wearing gloves, taking temperatures, healthy hygiene, those have had anywhere from 500 or 600 to 1,000 views from staff. We know that there's room for more there. We have also had 2 of the AB Scientific Collaborative webinars thus far. Each one had about 600 participants each, teachers and administrators and other staff. Over 50% of the attendees in both of those webinars were from WCPSS. The first webinar was about face masks. The second one was about air quality in classrooms and hygiene in surfaces in classroom. The ABC Science Collaborative is standing up a website for the webinars to archive the information in the FAQ. I think it's in the beta test right now, so it should be available soon. And then that will be a place where parents and others can go to see the same information that, that the folks who have registered and been a part of the webinar can see. The archived webinars for the webinars that have already occurred with the ABC Scientific Collaborative are archived on Wake Connect for our teachers to see now. But the website will provide a much more public presence when it is put up. Next slide, please. So a couple of things now about the metrics. So we've talked a lot about, you've heard a lot this evening about metrics. And so when determining whether or not it's safe to return to schools, these are the places that we're looking at. So the first one is a DHHS website that provides us the positivity rate. Beth, for the sake of time, I'm going to say let's maybe not click into these, but they are live links in the presentation. The positivity rate really is just looking at across the state of North Carolina where we are, and you're able to drill down by county for some metrics as well. The supporting metrics link will take you to the Wake Gov website. That's the Wake County website. And on that website, you can see the 4 metrics that are being tracked that have to do with COVID-like symptoms, people that are reporting COVID-like symptoms, the number of people who are testing positive, the percent positive of those tested, and then hospitalizations. So those are the 4 metrics that are in there. And when staff was reviewing how to come up with a potential metric that could guide our work moving forward, you see in the green box that a proposal here would be that to look for a positivity rate of 5% or less for 2 consecutive weeks, and supporting metrics all trending in the downward direction. So you could basically look at that second link there under supporting metrics, and I would invite all to take a look at those to see where we are. I think it was Dr. Martin earlier who mentioned that Wake County is currently around 7%. So it could be a proposal from staff. This is something that we certainly want some feedback on from the board to see where we want to go with that if we want to include a metric. And I've sort of backed this through what the CDC says as well. The CDC makes it clear that we need to make decisions about school reopening based on available data, and it talks a lot about community transmission, our capacity to implement appropriate mitigation measures. And the appropriate mitigation measures really is the plan. It is the 3 W's. It is having the PPE and the cleaning supplies and establishing the culture where we sort of take care of each other with these 3 W's in the buildings. And there's a link there to the CDC guidance if folks would like to follow it. And then the last piece on this page really is just coming back to what Dr. Benjamin said earlier from the ABC Science Collaborative. As we review the DHHS metrics for the community, what's really important here is strict adherence to the 3 W's as the top priority. Wear a mask, wait at least 6 feet apart, wash hands frequently. So that is guidance that is consistent with what our state and local DHHS have provided. It is consistent with what the ABC Science Collaborative is saying needs to happen, and these need to be the integral parts of the plan. We have the PPE, we have the cleaning supplies, we have a plan for what to do in the building for screening procedures, for potential positive cases, for signage in the building, other supplies that may be needed. And really where we are now is needing to make sure that our plan for how we enforce, build a culture of, and even accountability for the 3 W's is also in place as well. Next slide, please. So the next section really of this presentation is about the how to implement a return to in-person instruction. So there are a number of scenarios that I want to talk about here. There are really 2 basic elements being considered when deciding the daily number of students attending in class in person: the rotations and the number of grade levels involved. And both of these have to do with the frequency of face-to-face contact and the number of students that are in the school building at any given time. So the first scenario that I wanted to touch base on is the 3-week rotation one. 1 week of in-person learning and 2 weeks of remote learning. This is the original Plan B that the board approved this summer. And that was prior to fully knowing the number of students that would be in virtual academy. The second possible scenario would include a 2-week rotation that I mentioned briefly earlier. This would be 1 week in person, 1 week remote learning, and with 50% of our students in virtual academy, that leaves about 50% of our students that would be Plan B students. And then if we divide those into 2 cohorts instead of 3, I believe that we can do that with our the social distancing requirements that are in buildings. We need to make sure that we can do it with transportation as well. I will mention, however, that as you get to older grade levels, particularly high school, this is very difficult to do because of the way that classes are assigned in high school across multiple grade levels and content areas. That, if you pick 50% of Plan B for 1 week and the other 50% for the other week, they may be split equally in half in one of their classes, but it might not be an equal half split in another class that they transition to from first period to third period. So that's some work that we have to take care of in terms of really determining logistically how that would work in our high schools. That could very well be a barrier, quite frankly, for any rotation, but the smaller you make the rotation, the more difficult that is to ensure that the number of students in any particular class at the high school level can achieve the social distancing that's required by our current guidelines from DHHS. And then the third option really is no rotation. Do we have the ability to bring students back in that are not enrolled in the virtual academy to attend in person every day? That might be possible in terms of the numbers in some schools. I do think that the social distancing might be a challenge, and obviously the transportation we believe would be a challenge. So I think but it is something to consider. It is important to note that the virtual academy will continue to operate through 2021 school year, regardless of which scenario is selected. And the reason that's important to note is that if we choose a 2-week rotation now, and then when families who chose virtual academy for 1 semester decide that they want to come back in Plan B for 2nd semester, that will impact the number of students in each of the 2-week rotations. Of course, there are families that could choose to go from Plan B to virtual as well. So that is something to just keep an eye on, because we only required families to make a choice for a semester. Some did make it for the full year, but some made it for a semester. And we will not know until the end of October or beginning of November what families are choosing for 2nd semester. Next slide, please. So that was the first piece. What's the rotation? What's the frequency of in-person instruction? The second piece is about possible grade level configurations, and these work hand in hand. So some possible grade level configurations would be in-person pre-K to 5 and regional programs. This particular blue box really reflects an acknowledgement that it is for our youngest students in elementary that we see most of the data and information that supports returning to in-person instruction, and really the challenges associated with screen time and some other things that we're hearing about in the concerns from our families. And we could choose to remain remote only in grades 6 through 12. Again, this would be impacted by what type of rotation we chose. A potential variation in this blue box would be in-person pre-K-5 regional programs every day and remote only for grades 6-12, and possibly using other school buildings to accommodate the social distancing and number of classrooms as required. What becomes difficult if you do that on an everyday basis is the staffing that would be needed to accomplish it. But if it were done on a rotation basis, you may still choose to do pre-K to 5 regional programs and then have remote for 6-12 because of some of the challenges with scheduling that I mentioned earlier. In the pink box, you have another option. This would be in person for pre-K to 2nd grade regional programs, grade 6 and grade 9. This takes into account feedback around our youngest children being in person and the transition years that we see in middle school and high school. And then the other grades would be remote. Again, the impact of the rotation that you choose would need to align with how you decide which grade levels and how it would be implemented. In the orange box, you've got in-person for only pre-K to second grade and regional programs, and then remote only for grades 3 through 12. And then in the gray box at the end, in-person for pre-K through 12, and no one would be remote. So we would bring all students back on whatever rotation we felt was appropriate to in-person instruction. This is one who, based on current guidelines, all of these based on current guidelines, we need to consider being able to maintain the social distance that's required in the classroom and in the building, and that we have the staffing available to do it. Obviously, we can sort of mix and match some things and come up with variations on the themes with these, but we wanted to give you the 4 main configurations that staff have been discussing, so that we could then see, where the board is headed, what they would like to direct staff to do in terms of how you would like us to proceed with showing what we need to do. That's building capacities do also vary by grade span and type of building that we have in the district. When you think about the fact that we have a K-3 class size mandate that has been slowly reducing the class size in K-3, the amount of space that's technically available for students in grades K-3 is greater than what's available for students in 412 because of that K-3 class size mandate. So I never thought that I'd say that there was a silver lining to the K-3 class size mandate, but in this particular case, it does make it easier to meet the social distancing guidelines because K-3 class sizes have already been reduced. Next slide, please. So as we come to the end of this portion of the presentation, I want to remind the board that these are the 3 dependencies that we've talked about from a couple of months ago. The operations piece, which is really the PPE, the cleaning solutions, the protocols, having all of those things in place, the thermometers, that kind of thing. Those are ready to go with the exception of the classroom teacher supplies that we want to make sure that all of our teachers have. We should have those in the next 2 to 3 weeks. Staff readiness, we talked about here, was giving teachers an opportunity to get back in the building, which many of our teachers have done. Some have still not done that, so there's work to be done there. And then making sure that there is training, that there are opportunities for teachers to learn not only how to navigate this environment that is blended, but also to have the opportunity through the Wake Connect videos and the ABC Scientific Collaborative webinars to find an opportunity to build staff capacity around what it means to be back in the building. And then, of course, the discussion about metrics and what we are looking at in terms of what's happening in our county and community on a daily basis and the extent to which we want it to drive our decision or be a factor in our decision. I'd like to remind you also that I think we said this, trying to remember when we said this, but in one of our earlier meetings, we provided, trying to find it. So let me just go on. So in terms of returning to school, the metrics include the positivity rate and the supporting metrics. The rotation could be 3 weeks, 2 weeks, or every day. The grade configuration, we've not yet decided. We want some feedback from the board there. And then the specific date. This could be as soon as the beginning of second quarter. This is what we said that we would, that our goal would be to be able to transition to in-person instruction as soon as possible, perhaps the beginning of second quarter, with perhaps a prioritized scheduling of students returning by cohorts. That is like a direct quote from an earlier presentation to the board in early August. The goal is to be able to transition to in-person instruction as soon as possible, perhaps by the beginning of second quarter, with a prioritized scheduling of students returning by cohort. The beginning of second quarter for some of our modified calendar schools is October 19th. For our other schools is October 26th. And with that, I'd like to open the floor for questions, suggestions, the board to have a discussion and reaction on these and determine next steps and direction for staff. And just a reminder again that the feedback and the direction is important as staff craft a final proposal to bring to the board for approval at your next meeting.
So thank you for that, Superintendent Moore. A lot of information for the board to digest. Let me summarize a bit and make sure that I'm clear in what we're looking for. So am I hearing that there are 4 decision points roughly? And these are on this last slide, the metrics, the rotation, the grade configuration, and a specific date?
Yes.
And the metrics, we're talking about 5% or less.
Sustained over a 2-week period positivity rate. That's a staff shot at drafting something.
Okay. And then the supporting metrics would just be a downward trend.
Yes.
Then we've got a rotation of 3 weeks, 2 weeks, or possibly every day return. Grade configuration, which was just the previous slide, the 4 different configurations, and then a date as soon as the beginning of second quarter. If the board so desires, that could be sooner, but we're thinking about the beginning of the quarter.
Right.
So these are the decision points for the board to consider over the next few weeks until our next meeting and get input. We could perhaps even make a decision sooner, but staff is seeking direction on these 4 decision points. So I'll open it up for questions and a discussion, starting with Ms. Kushner.
Thank you, Chair Sutton, and thank you, Ms. Moore, for that outline. You've given us a lot of a big framework, and I have several questions. But the first is, do we, as a school system, do we have? I'm going back to this prioritized cohorts, and we've talked about phasing in. Plan B transition. To me connotes a phasing in. So do we have the capacity to bring in, instead of one of these blocks that you have on page 26, phasing in a prioritized list of cohorts? For me, and I think I've said this to Chair Sutton, the priority would be the regional program, the students in regional programs, and the pre-K students, the students that we had prioritized early on, and then bringing in, perhaps instead of by a block, bringing in cohorts that we prioritize. Do we have the capacity to start with some of these smaller cohorts? Because I know that the students in regional programs, 70% did choose Plan B. So that seems to me a big chunk of students who do want to be in in-person instruction.
I think it would be possible to phase specific groups in, but you have to know what the finish line looks like. To know how to know that you can make it to the finish line.
Because I think it's important to keep in mind what Dr. Benjamin said. This is going to be a marathon, and we don't want to shift kids in and out without having a plan that we can stick with. So, that set of students, given that we had a target date at one point that was earlier, it's just been on our minds. I think we've heard from those parents a great deal. I was relieved to hear that the transmission of COVID from children to adults is lower than might be known. So I hope, because I also don't want to be tone deaf to the concerns we've heard from teachers. And I think our teachers and educators and staff have appreciated the caution that you and your leadership team and the board have had about safety of our educators. So this is all such a balance. But another thing we've heard a lot about is social emotional concerns of a lot of our students. So in returning to the building, I think we need to build on that. So I think we need to have in the plan some specific details on how families, students can access our social emotional learning supports. Because I think this whole transition, the last 6 months have been very difficult on so many of our families. So I would just underscore that if we can think through a phase-in of cohorts, perhaps some of them, in smaller groups before that beginning of second quarter, I would like to see if we have that capacity.
Thank you, Ms. Kushner, and I appreciate your comment about not being tone deaf to our teachers and faculty and staff in the building. Appreciate it. Mr. Fletcher, your thoughts, comments, or questions? Mr. Fletcher, if you're speaking, your mic is mute. You're still muted.
Okay, I turned it on and somehow magically it gets off, which probably does. The member group spoke to not necessarily using a specific metric. And the two pediatricians share personal experiences and motivation groups that we don't have a metric for the social.
Mr. Fletcher,
Yeah.
you got a good amount of feedback coming in. It's difficult to understand you. I don't know if you got something else on in the room or.
Just one machine. Is this better?
Not.
No. How about now? No, it's 1, 2, 3.
Still pretty much the same. Go ahead. We'll try to.
I'm not hearing anything now. So hold on. Hello.
Yeah, we could kind of sound like a chamber or something.
Is it better now?
Not. I mean, go ahead.
Okay. All right. Well, the group we spoke to, the medical group spoke to, not relying upon a specific metric, and that the suggestion was to compare the risk to the benefit of local schools. I'm not aware whether we have any way to assess the frequency or your number of the proportion of our student population that's experiencing the negative impact of not being in the physical school building, that we can compare to the COVID testing rate in determining the benefit, concern benefit ratio as we look at that. It seems so that the two pediatricians practicing here locally made a pretty strong case that the patient group were experiencing significant challenges based in large part on such a dramatic change in their routine.
Mr. Fletcher,
How do you balance that?
I hear you saying how to balance something. Do you have a volume on your computer or cell phone? You can try turning one of those.
So far as I know, the microphone I have on is on my computer.
Can you try turning your computer?
Say again.
Can you try turning the volume on your computer?
I have the speaker volume. I don't know that I have my on the built-in microphone.
Okay. I think the question is how do you balance something? I don't know if that came quite clear what you were asking, if they could balance.
Ms. Kushner put it in the chat.
Mr. Fletcher, are you able to, is your microphone external to your computer?
No, it's internal.
Okay.
It worked fine earlier today, so I'm not sure what's happening.
Okay. I see the question in the chat. How can we assess what the pediatricians were saying about certain students being more harmed by isolation/remote learning? So balancing that risk or
So what is the balancing? How do we assess that the percentage of our population is suffering those ill effects of not being in school as we compare to what a COVID testing rate might be? And then that's an open question. I'm not sure we've got a good answer. And then the second point would be if we go to a two-cohort return to school, most of the teachers that still have come to know a change will require a complete reshuffling of teacher-student loads.
Superintendent Moore, were you able to make that out, his question?
So I heard the part about how we assess what pediatricians are saying about certain students being more harmed by the isolation or the remote learning, but I wasn't sure what the question was. If it's about assessing it, I mean, I think that's the analysis that the board engaging in a discussion to provide us direction about which way they want us to go would be helpful.
Okay.
He also had a question about what will teachers change? Will they have to reshuffle their scheduling and what impact might that have on students returning to school?
Right.
Reorganizing classrooms, if we go to 2 cohorts instead of 3, won't many of our classrooms have to be reorganized?
I believe that I spoke to that briefly in the presentation. There will be some reorganization as necessary, and the extent really depends on how the school level has handled the initial assignments. How many are in virtual? Can they assign just to virtual? Are there teachers doing both? I'm sure there are, and that would continue.
So is my microphone better now?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
It's much better.
All right, I've plugged in my headset. Okay. The original question was in terms of the cost benefit or the benefit and challenge of the plan as opposed to a specific metric. Do we have any way to know what the incidence of negative impact on kids is by maintaining being out of school? And that would seem to be a value that would need to be rubbed against whatever the COVID testing rate might reveal. If we're looking at the value of the plan for the whole student, as opposed to simply, have we met this, what I think Dr. Benjamin referred to as much more of an arbitrary value in the COVID testing.
Superintendent Moore, did you or anyone have a response to that?
Well, I don't think that we don't have information that can quantify what the harm versus the risk and benefit analysis that he was talking about. I think what we've heard is that there is risk and benefit on both sides. And to Ms. Kushner's point, one way to address that is to bring in some more vulnerable populations sooner. Another way to address it is to bring larger groups in when we do bring them in, more grade levels, so to speak, and more frequency. But we also have to deal with logistically what we're able to do based on the guidelines from DHHS that are still in place. I mean, I think it's important to remind folks that we do not have an option for a plan A at this point.
Okay. Mr. Fletcher, does that answer your question?
Yes, sir. I think it's an unanswerable at this point. So
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Thank you for that. Mrs. Mahaffey.
Yes, thank you, Chair Sutton. I had written down a few questions, and first of all, Superintendent Moore and Mr. Cook, thank you for the flexibility and listening to our parents and our teachers and other staff members as they move through this first 2 full weeks or 4 weeks total of remote learning. Has there been consideration of an asynchronous day with office hours for teachers in lieu of 5 days of direct instruction? Kind of like maybe a catch-up day, but not necessarily that phrase, a little different.
I do think that Mr. Cook alluded to the possibility of an asynchronous day for a number of different things, whether it's catching up with students, pulling a small group, working with a student who is not engaged, providing teachers additional planning time. Yes, and that's part of what we're seeking some additional feedback from folks on prior to making a decision on a change.
Yeah, and I'm very excited that we're reaching back out to our community and hearing their thoughts on things, because maybe as we've moved through these last 4 weeks, things aren't maybe what we anticipated or expected, or things are better, things are not as what we expected. So do we have an anticipated date for getting those out and the results of those as we move towards our next board meeting?
I think Mr. Cook mentioned something. I don't know if he's still on and can provide a update.
Yes, ma'am. And Ms. Mahaffey, I think this is a situation where we feel a sense of urgency when it comes to providing some opportunities for schools to make adjustments and provide some relief on some of the issues that we shared and that you as board members have, of course, heard and observed from your constituents and from teachers and parents over the last couple of weeks. I think this is one of those situations where we want to act quickly, but we also want to act with some specificity and make sure that the feedback we're getting is comprehensive. And so to be specific with your question, Ms. Mahaffey, we have already kind of drafted some survey questions. We anticipate within the next couple of days to turn around a survey that would go out to all of our district's teachers. And shortly thereafter, we would plan early next week as we begin to compile that data to make some decisions that could be very consistent with some of the potential options that we shared in this presentation. And there may be some additional ones that we have not yet referenced that we identify as part of that process. I think we also, Ms. Mahaffey, will reach out and form some student focus groups, similar to what we did back during graduation and getting some of the feedback back at that time. And also we plan to reach out and try to get some additional direct feedback from parents as well. So we don't see this as a multi-month process when we're talking about some of these adjustments. We see this as really quick action, but with really good hard data to the degree possible over the course of the next couple of weeks. And I think I'll just reemphasize, as we're talking about this broader discussion, and you mentioned specifically the asynchronous day, that's a perfect example of how we need to be really strategic and conscientious about how a quick solution right now might resolve some of the issues that we're experiencing that could actually create some unforeseen or additional challenges if and when we return to schools. Like, so for example, if a school has a complete asynchronous support day, or we even designate one each week as a district, then we've got to think about what that looks like when some kids potentially will be returning to the school building. And so there's a lot of complexities and overlapping layers, and we just want to be really careful that we are being responsive, but also not kind of overreacting too quickly and actually inadvertently create additional challenges that we did not intend to create.
I really appreciate that. And, I just keep going back to, we didn't know, what DHHS and the state would bring on us until June. And so needing to get that Plan B framework in place, and we knew we had that plan as we moved through the summer. And now what I'm hearing from all of you is really the details specific to scenarios as we've been able to think through this during this time. One of the things that I wrote down that I was thinking as we were looking at the slide with the kind of the rotation scenarios that were up there, has there been thought to kind of a tiered rotation plan where maybe our elementary kids could go one every other week based on who's in the building or how many folks have chosen Plan B? But also in schools where social distancing is a little more difficult due to transitions because they're going, we know our high schoolers are moving through the building more, maintaining that 3-week rotation and what that looks like. I mean, I'm not saying that that's the answer. It's just something that kind of popped into my head as a thought. Or is it just not possible with transportation considerations? I don't need an answer on that now, by the way. And I would also be curious though to know how many of our students that chose Virtual Academy are full year versus semester. I believe we've seen that before, but I cannot remember where. And so if we could get that sent back out, I'd greatly appreciate it. Thank you all.
And Ms. Mahaffey, we can certainly follow up and get you that information. And I believe Ms. Moore was speaking, but she may have been muted when you initially asked your question.
What I was going to say is the numbers support a 1 week on, 1 week off. The only logistic that we would really need to confirm is that we will be okay on the buses. But for districts that have begun in a Plan B, that have had to experience the bus ridership and maintain social distancing on buses, the number of families who are eligible to ride a bus that are choosing to drive their children to school was higher than anticipated and allowed them to really run the buses with the social distancing that was required. And that's why we want to sort of check and make sure that we can do the same thing here. Because we know we can implement the 3-week rotation. We know that we're ready for that one. That one can go. But if we now want to do a more frequent rotation, we just need to check a couple things.
Okay, so I'm assuming that question will be one of the questions that's going out to parents about, can you potentially drive rather than take the bus? Okay, thank you all so much. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Ms. Mahaffey. Mrs. Scott.
Thank you so much. Mr. Cook, my first question I'd like to ask of you. One of the emails that I received was from a parent who was concerned about the workload. And I know that that was addressed on page 16 in the slide show that, sort of reevaluating everything in terms of the amount of work that we're asking. But I did ask her if she had reached out to her child's teachers to discuss this, and their reply was the county is demanding that we do this. And so I'm just wondering, in this process, what is the opportunity for feedback about this? How is this being considered? I appreciate that it's been mentioned, but can you give a little bit more of an idea of the direction that we're heading in?
Sure. And I think like you and all of our board members, Ms. Scott, I too read every line of every email that we get. I've got a special folder in my inbox right now for all the reopening emails and feedback and input that we get. And of course, it always concerns me anytime, we hear references to the county demanding something. I don't know that I would quite put it in such terms, but I do think we've worked hard, as you know, going back to June and July to strike the balance between creating district parameters that provide some level of a consistent core instructional experience for all of our students across every school, while at the same time trying to be very careful in not micromanaging and over-engineering to the point that we don't allow schools and teachers within schools to make the course adjustments that they need based on the experiences that they see right in front of them. And I think what that question is a reminder of, I think, to all of us is that we do have to be cautious about the structures that, you know, we recognize it could be seen and you know, interpreted as a demand, right? We have to be careful about, you know, fixing that problem or providing a solution by instilling yet another demand, right? That could provide a response and a solution to one parent or one teacher at one school that might have a very different impact someplace else. And so I do think it's important for us to be responsive. I think our area superintendents have engaged in a process already to kind of identify, for lack of a better term, low-hanging fruit and some quick solutions that we might be able to provide. And ultimately, and I think Ms. Mahaffey mentioned this a few minutes ago, we have to be honest enough, you know, as professionals to look in the mirror and say, you know what, we heard our community loud and clear after the experience of last spring. It was very clear that the bar of rigor needed to be raised. And so the structure and the frameworks that were developed in consultation with all of our stakeholders, including school staff, in developing these parameters, I think it's okay if we take stock after a few weeks and do an evaluation and say, we may need to make some adjustments. And we certainly don't want our teachers, as you've referenced there, to feel hamstrung. That's counterproductive. And that's not the way that we do business. But at the same time, providing a solution for one teacher at one school may not necessarily be the same solution that might be necessary at another teacher at another school. So I think that's probably the best way that we can respond. And I think, Ms. Scott, one final point to your question. That's why I think we're going to engage in a process to provide all of our teachers with an opportunity for some specific feedback that we will look at closely, just to make sure that we have a total and complete picture, so that when we do provide some opportunities and options for solutions to provide relief, it does just that and is not counterproductive. And I hope that goes away in answering your question.
It does. Excuse me. It does. I appreciate that. And I know you're aware of this too. Sometimes and you summarized it very well, where teachers feel the guidelines and the supports we put in place, if you know, it's an art form in itself to be able to balance that input with your own craft and your own talents, and be able to feel like you know, that you're meeting the needs of everybody, which is of course I think what all of our educators want to do and strive to do every day in their work, and it is overwhelming for them. Thank you so much for that. I just had a few other quick questions. I know all of my colleagues have their hands up. Regarding I don't know if there's a plan for this. I believe I mentioned this either in a phone call or an email. I'm not sure who would address this question, but will there be a way when our schools do reopen for staff members to be able to report concerns about compliance? I've heard from more than one person now that they see someone in their school is not necessarily wearing a mask, or that they're letting you know, staff children walk around without masks on, and you know, no one wants to necessarily be that person, and it can be quite intimidating to, you know, you don't want to call someone. It's very awkward. And I know we often don't want to have anonymous ways to report concerns for a whole number of reasons, but could this possibly be a situation where that would be a benefit?
I will just say that there is not a process in place right now for what you're contemplating, but I do think that as a component of a final plan should include something along what accountability and messaging looks like for staff.
Okay, I appreciate that. When and how will teachers and staff members have the opportunity to practice procedures like carpool, having students enter the building, exit the building. That's going to certainly be something else that takes a while to get comfortable with. And I know our teachers do amazing things, but I know they would probably also feel a lot more confident having the opportunity to practice what some of those procedures will look like. And do we have an idea of when and how they'll be able to? Because right now they are busy from the moment they open their eyes in the morning until they close their last email and go to sleep at a ridiculous hour. So I'm just curious when they'll have that opportunity.
Right. I'm going to ask Lloyd, our Chief of Staff, Lloyd Gardner, if he could jump in and provide an overview on that, because he's working with the core team that's developing these procedures and messaging.
Thank you.
Hi, Ms. Scott. We have provided a number of guidance documents to staffs with regard to the screening protocols, and all schools have gone through some training protocol with regard to their staff, which would be replicated with regard to the students once students return as well. What principals have to engage with their staff now, along with their COVID-19 coordinators that have been identified for each school, are such things as entry points for like their riders for the bus, their entry points for students, the actual staff members who may actually do the screening process for the students, and kind of how they would line them up upon arrival. Our Kelly, we're doing think tanks with Kelly Creech with our principals, that principals can share best practices in preparing for that, how they are approaching it. We are also beginning to put a checklist, as the area superintendents have asked principals to develop plans for that, as far as step-by-step the different procedures they need to make sure they have in place for students' return when doing the screening process. And we're going to help them as best we can in identifying those opportunities for training. They've been so focused on the staggered teachers' return, while many of those procedures are replicated and will be used for students, they have focused on getting teachers back into the building now and starting that remote instruction. So we're getting ready to add to some of the documents that we already have in place to help them outline those protocols and timelines in preparation for the students' return.
I appreciate that. I think for Dr. Benjamin said, the effectiveness of a plan, a solid plan, is really what is providing safety. And I think anything that can help practice the plans would be beneficial. So I appreciate hearing that very much.
If I could just, the elements of the plans and what has to be addressed have all been identified, and many principals have started practicing that, but some of them also were focused on their teachers' return, but we would expect those opportunity for those to be practiced before students return. We're working with them.
Great, thank you so much.
Right, and I do believe that the area superintendents are gathering that information also, sort of like the checklist. Have schools done all of these things?
That will be in place.
Yeah.
Wonderful, thank you. I was also curious about, I appreciate that many of the educators and employees who requested teleworking were granted that. We've also heard about some teachers who were asked to teach in virtual settings, or when the virtual academy is exclusive, separate, who did not necessarily request that. And if those teachers aren't necessarily comfortable with operating technology, can somebody please confirm that there will be support systems in place for those teachers who are still struggling managing some of these learning platforms, online learning?
So if you're asking the supports that are being provided to teachers who are currently assigned to Virtual Academy that may need support with doing that well, yes, the trainings that we're asking teachers to complete are a part of that. How principals and other administrators in the building are checking on those teachers and getting feedback is a part of that as well. If that's what you're asking, and if you're asking about opportunities to change their work designation in some way, shape, or form, that's more of an HR process.
Right, and I would certainly trust their principal and human resource to be able to work through that on an individual basis. So yes, I was asking more big picture, and assuming that they would probably have access to help desk in the same way that our families do.
Oh, okay.
And and different supports. I know on the I'm forgetting the name of it, but where the staff goes to access all of these different documents and things. That's good. I just wanted to make sure that there were supports there for those teachers.
Scott, I don't mind jumping in here really quickly, talking about technology. So they do have access to a large number of documents and guidance and help through Wake Connect, as you were talking about earlier. So there's lots of resources there. They also have courses available to them in Canvas, in our Learning Central, as well as we have our digital learning coordinators. So we have 19 digital learning coordinators who are working one-on-one with teachers, working with whole school buildings, and really providing some training around that as well. So we have lots of opportunities, and you are correct. They also have access to the staff help desk for any needs that they may have.
Good. Okay, that's great. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. I just have one more question. With our special education, we have heard concerns from our teachers early on, and I was just wondering, as we continue to work to build confidence in their return, what types of conversations or trainings have been happening with our regional special education teachers and instructional assistants?
So, Ms. Scott, thank you for that question, because as you know, we are very concerned not only about our most vulnerable students, but also the teachers who serve them. So while we have had and will have access to the documents that Mr. Cook was discussing and Ms. Moore discussed, what I think is going to be more interesting is the webinar that's going to be provided by the ABC group tomorrow, particularly around vulnerable populations. I think when we heard the doctor talking this evening about masking and the importance for that, I think that we are going to hear some of those questions from our regional program teachers. And I think we're going to hear some questions from our parents around that. And I think we're going to hear that more specifically addressed tomorrow evening, that's going to supplement the information that we already have out there.
Okay, great. Thank you so much, Ms. Hamilton. I appreciate that. And then my very last question, I'm sorry, I have one more, but all of this is very good information, and we see a plan, and a lot of the emails that we've received over the last few weeks in particular have been asking about things that we know and we could pick and pull from different work sessions, but how and when can parents expect to see the information, particularly in this part of the item this evening, on our website, featured as its own standalone thing? Because I see the answers, I see most of this as answers to many of those questions that have been asked repeatedly and understandably asked. But how can parents access this other than having to go through Assembly or hoping, a board member or someone will share a slide? I mean, when do we anticipate this to be available to parents in an easy sort of to access way?
So, Ms. Scott, if you wish, I can address that. There's actually a message queued up. We needed to see how this discussion unfolded, obviously, but there's a message that could go out as soon as tonight. It'll obviously go out tomorrow. It summarizes what we've discussed today, as well as provides them some of the context within the website. But of course, we need to finish the conversation before we can send it out. But it's ready to go.
Okay, great. I appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you to everybody for your patience. I tried to be fast with all those questions, and I really appreciate the work that everyone has shared this evening. Thank you, Chair Sutton.
Thank you, Mrs. Scott. Mrs. Cash.
Thank you. So I'm trying to understand where we're going from tonight, because I don't think we can certainly wait till another board meeting to have some more discussion about this. What I wanted to know, and I may be wrong, let me ask a couple questions because I think I need clarity, and it might be what I need. The metrics that we were talking about, Superintendent Moore, you said the DHHS says the 5%. And then we heard tonight from our ABC collaborative that the metrics was not as important as the plan. And so can we go with the information that we received tonight and assume that that is the metrics that we can go forward with a plan now?
So what staff presented with regards to a proposal for 5% sustained positivity rate across 2 weeks is an option should the board choose to want to establish a hard and fast metric. Given the discussion and contribution tonight from our ABC Scientific Collaborative folks, the board may not want to choose a specific metric, but it may be a target, but it might be, it's up to the board on whether or not they want a metric.
Okay, good. So it's an option, it's not a mandate. The second question I had was about transportation. It seems to me that that may not be a limiting factor for us because it looks like once we find out from people, we probably won't be able to, we'll probably have plenty of transportation. Is that kind of what you think, or does it seem like it's going to be limiting yet?
I have to believe that given that 50% of our students are currently in virtual academy, that we should be able to accommodate a 1 week on, 1 week off rotation. I do worry about what happens when the approximately 39,000 students' families who chose only semester, what their choice will be for second semester and how that impacts the number of kids in a building on a bus in that rotation.
Okay, that makes sense. And then the other thing is, I still, if we were going to do regional programs, which I understand is important for us, and then I'm really still worried about the pre-K to second or third. We hadn't talked about that as a cohort because I don't think our kindergarten first and second graders are getting much instructional time, especially if they're in a daycare setting, which if you're a working parent, you're not going to leave any of those age groups at home. Is there something where we can do more of a pre-K through 2 that come every day and still do an in and out for the rest of the classes? Was that part of what we're looking at? I couldn't tell by the boxes.
I think that would be any group, contemplating any group every day is a possibility, becomes more of a possibility if it's a smaller subset. But I think really what would need to happen here would be for if the board members can align on what the priorities are in terms of which children to get in and when, then staff can build a plan to show you what we can do and how quickly.
So when you show us a box that says K1, 2, 3 in full time, and then the others are remote only, does that mean they never come in 50-50 or they are 50-50 or a third?
Well, that's at that point, that's remote only all the time. But all of those boxes can be sort of rearranged, right? They're like, they each have pieces of puzzles that are in halves or thirds.
Okay. Do you feel like, or do we know, because I'm only getting what I see from kids that I see that are kindergarten first and second that are not at home with a family member and they're at the Y, for instance, and I think that's something else we need to talk about. The YMCA has asked for some help on scheduling as well. Do we see where the K1, 2, 3s are struggling online when they're in a childcare setting?
I don't know that it's specific to the childcare setting. I believe what Mr. Cook had said was a lot of the feedback around the concerns around the ability to access, the instruction and the feedback around screen time and supervision is more at the elementary levels, the lower grade levels, I think is what Mr. Cook provided.
Could I bring up one thing that I don't know whether we can help in the meantime is, from what I understand for instance, the YMCA daycare or the FAST program, which is, I appreciate them doing that. It's amazing. But the kindergarten first and second graders that need almost more one-on-one time and also need more time to like maybe play and run and not be on the computer. Maybe not any more than anybody else, but if you have 40 schools represented at the YMCA, every kindergarten class is on a different schedule right now. And therefore, there's never time for the kindergartners to ever leave their computer to play because they don't have anybody to take them out. Can we put kindergarten, first and second graders in something with the YMCA where they're actually only taking classes in the morning and then they're free in the afternoon, and it's more of a contiguous type schedule for all the kindergarten classes in Wake County, or do they all have to be on different schedules?
I'm gonna let Mr. Cook take that one because I think that is integrated into where he's headed in his work.
Yes, ma'am, Ms. Cash, and that's an important question, and I think what you've just referenced again, and I hate to, I don't know that I can overstate it, and I hate to repeat it, but I think it's another example of the balance that we've got to strike between district-wide consistency, for example, for every pre-K or K through 2 student in the district at every school, versus which, doing so, I think would solve one set of problems, but potentially would create hardships and challenges in other areas. And so that's not to rule that out. I think that's part of some of the types of feedback that we need to gather, where, we, for example, and I don't know that we mentioned it specifically in the slide, might also look at condensing, not just abbreviating the amount of synchronous and asynchronous cumulative time, but potentially, as you just described, Ms. Cash, condensing that into a narrower window, so it's not drawn out over the course of a full day, even if it's punctuated by several breaks in between. It may be actually better practice and more advantageous to condense it in a smaller space for the purposes of consistency and continuity. But I think that's certainly an option that we can consider, Ms. Cash. But again, if we were to make a decision about a district-wide schedule, for example, for that group of kids, and that would require a significant amount of change and adjustment. And in some cases, we may very well be making changes and adjustments that run counter to what families are experiencing as successful. And so I think, again, that's part of the feedback that we want to be able to gather, so that when we do provide some guidance and we do provide some level of support to schools in addressing some of the concerns we're hearing loud and clear from our parents and from our teachers, that it's helpful and doesn't create kind of a second set of problems on top of the ones we tried to solve.
Okay, good. Okay. So do you think, well, we can talk about that as a board. I was hoping that maybe that we would consider as a board that we have another meeting prior to the next full board meeting to talk more about our opening. It seems like we might want to do that. Not a question for you, Drew, but I was hoping we could get a little bit further on what grade levels would be coming in and what possibilities as far as rotation.
Right. Chair Sutton, I would just say, you may want to poll your board members perhaps on scheduling another work session to further dive into this. It's a lot of content and a lot of options, and we want to do it right and not wait. So I don't know if you'd like to ask and see where they land on that.
I will. Let me get through the questions here.
Okay.
I've got a couple more. Ms. Cash, were you finished?
Yeah, I think I'm going to wait now and see where we land. Let's go with that. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Martin.
Thank you. And I'll just start by completely concurring with Ms. Cash. I think we do need a work session to do this. There's a lot of heavy lifting because very seriously, we all want to open schools, but we want to open them and be successful. The last thing we want to do is have to open and re-shut down. So, that there's a lot of work we need to do. We can do it well. We can do this, but we can't do it without the heavy lifting work. So I'm in complete agreement. Let me start by asking, we're expecting teachers to do a lot of professional development. In any normal year, the work that teachers have done to learn online tools, to, develop this kind of curricula, this would give rise to several continuing education renewal credits. I haven't heard any discussion about that. We're expecting a lot of work and professional development. We really should be paying teachers more because they're working many more hours than normal. We don't have the budget right now to do that. It's still something I'd like to see us work at. But at a minimum, have we thought about, can we do anything about renewal credits?
I would say that, I'm happy to check right now and have Dr. Gardner check with the Office of Professional Learning, but if there's anything we're not giving renewal credits for here, I think we can certainly craft something.
Yes, we are granting renewal credit.
Good. It really needs to be sort of across the board because, the work has been extensive. To the points here that you've asked questions about, if I can take them in reverse order, in terms of a specific date, I see the logic of quarters and semesters because of class scheduling issues. But to be honest, once we have a plan in place, then I'm not particularly worried about the date. What I'm worried more about is getting the plan in place that is effective. I think we do need to have some kind of a logic because we want to minimize disruptions. And so quarter semester breaks do make some sense. In terms of your grade configuration, I completely agree with Ms. Kushner that I think we need to work at our regional spec ed, but really our pre-K through 2 early. I personally favor sort of your pink box option, though I think I would add looking early at getting our seniors back as well. I think transition grades are important, but in many respects, being a senior is kind of a transition grade. Like I say, I would opt toward the prioritization in your pink box, but I think we do need some level of prioritization of going back. In terms of your rotations, I would favor the 2-week rotation over the 3-week rotation. I really think we can make that happen. Finally, the metrics, and I've looked at metrics a lot. I pay attention to metrics. That's part of what I do. But I want to just completely concur with Dr. Benjamin that the plan is so much more important than the metrics. The metrics are a critical indicator. The metrics tell us how well the community is helping to make this possible. And we really need the community to help make it possible by getting those infection rates down. But I guess my real question is, when and how are we going to learn about, develop, understand the plan? Because before I can really cast any vote, I've got to have some, confidence that we've got the good plan. I think we need a clear plan with respect to PPE and distance use. And we need both a plan for practice and accountability on that. Being in a profession where PPE is required all the time, you talk to folks at BASF or GlaxoSmithKline or basically any chemical lab, you don't walk into a building without your safety glasses on. If you do, that's grounds for dismissal. Whether we need to be that harsh or not, I don't know, but we need to treat masks with that same level of concern. So I'm going to really need to see, what is our plan to that effect. I'm going to need to see what is our plan with respect to testing, assessment, and tracing. And particularly, as Ms. Johnson-Hostler raised, what are we going to do to deal with the case when there is an actual breakout? I think we need to know what we're going to do and communicate that early, because sadly, I am sure there will be some cases. So if the expectations are clear ahead of time, then we don't have to try to figure out what we're doing as we go forward. I think that's absolutely critical to the plan so that we can be successful. And I guess the third aspect of the plan that I really need to see is a clear understanding of our expectations for our teachers and staff. I feel like I need to know that we've got some kind of an understanding of a common load. I think, some teachers are quite concerned that, and we've already got overload. Are we going to get overload on top of overload? Are we going to have some kind of limits to that load? I mean, granted, our teachers are salaried employees, and so you kind of have to get the job done, but we really should still be thinking about a 40-hour week. That's almost laughable to an educator. But what are the guidelines? What are the parameters that we're going to put in place to make sure that, our load expectations are reasonable and possible? A teacher can't do both remote and in person at the same time. Although the reality is, once we shift to in person, there will be students, some may be out for quarantine based on COVID, some may be out for the flu. I don't know what it will necessarily be, but that teacher is going to have to juggle, both delivering the in-person instruction, but also working with those students who are out. I have the luxury of having a teaching assistant working with me at the university for my class of 40 students. Most of our teachers do not have the luxury of a teaching assistant, but just to be able to keep track of questions coming through the chat and questions in person requires additional help. So, what are we going to be able to tell our teachers? And furthermore, what our teachers had to develop a whole new way of teaching to deal with the remote instruction. Going back to in-person COVID is not going to just go back to normal in-person classroom teaching. And so our teachers are going to have to develop whole new strategies, even adapt curricula and whatnot in a very new setting. So, we just asked teachers to create structure 1. Now we're going to create structure 2. What is the time that we're going to give the teachers to help make that happen? In my mind, that is part of the plan that needs to be there, because again, to just go back and reinforce what Dr. Benjamin said, it's the plan that's going to either make us successful or not. I want us to open as soon as we can, but I want it to be successful. And that's why we need an extensive work session. But I really want to make sure that we're looking at the plan and not just these 4 things that the board has sort of been asked to checkbox about. And I'll stop my comments there.
Right, and Dr. Martin, I'll just say that a lot of the cleaning protocols are established. The health protocols are established. The contact tracing, how that happens, those things are in place. Most of that information is in Wake Connect. We do need to sort of organize that information, because that information was first about returning to work. It was about to make it more specific to returning to in-person instruction. But a lot of what you're asking for in terms of the plan pieces are in place. And if it would be helpful if the board has not seen it, to show you where it is or to reorganize where it is to make it more accessible and easy for folks to find, that's certainly something that I've already asked for about earlier today.
Well, I have looked at and seen much of that, and I concur with you, but I have not, what I haven't seen is sort of the accountability piece. What are we going to do, right? Because Dr. Benjamin was absolutely clear. If people are, abiding by the plan, it works. And if not, it doesn't. And so what I haven't seen is the accountability parts of that plan.
Right, and we talked about the accountability, how we do that in particular, with the fact that is part of the concern that's being expressed about folks, and such a critical linchpin in being successful when go back in.
Absolutely.
But the overall plan with regards to what needs to happen and how we return is in place for the 3-week rotation. The only thing that would shift here would be is if we increase that rotation, and is there anything that would be impacted by that? So, and again, it may not have been organized in a way or presented in a way that everyone has seen it and knows where it is and it's in one place. We need to reorganize and reorient how we create that. But the plan for how we would go back in a 3-week rotation is done.
Well, again, I concur, with the exception of the accountability, but in terms of what the teacher responsibilities are going to be and how that's going to actually work, I actually think we need to do some role playing in a classroom. If I'm teaching to a group of, 2 or 3 of my kids are out, how do I do that both socially distance, behind a screen, behind a mask, and make it so that it's viable for the student who's in quarantine? That's something you're going to have to practice.
Right, and that will be largely dependent on how principals have set up their division of duties already, and then what options they have for reconfiguring that. That is definitely work that's in front of us, in front of the schools. Yeah.
And I guess to Mr. Cook's earlier point, I mean, this is where, yes, there needs to be school specific, but it's also critical that we have some district-wide guidance, because even things like the asynchronous middle of the week, call them asynchronous Wednesdays or what have you. Some schools have adopted that, some haven't. There's nothing about board policy that says that's not viable. And yet we have been told that some people are being told they couldn't do it. So this is where, I guess what I'm saying is part of the plan, I believe, needs to be clarity that here's some district-wide guidance in terms of expectations for roles for teachers, what can be done, what can't be done, what is possible.
Okay.
Thank you, Dr. Martin.
All right, thank you, Mr. Sutton. And look, with all due respect, I mean, I think what we're seeing here is we need to break this discussion down, okay, into what to do and how to do it. And while I agree with the direction that Dr. Martin is going, we do need to see details. We do need to know how this works. I have questions about how some of this would happen. I think we have to go back to the first part of that for tonight, rather than getting into those questions tonight. I think tonight I don't think staff can provide the detail to us about how we address all of those questions until we decide what we want to do first. So in order to get to those important questions that Dr. Martin has raised, I'd support what Ms. Cash was saying about trying to come back maybe with another work session or something like that. And I don't want to stifle anybody's conversation, but I think for us tonight, with what everyone wants to know, and whether they're parents, whether they're board members like us, whether it's staff looking for direction, is we have to decide on the what do we need to do first. And so with that, I want to go back to Superintendent Moore. I want to make sure that I understand all of this. So Superintendent Moore, when you closed your presentation, you reminded us of the plan and the plan that we voted for, which was we were going to go to this system of rotating in cohorts, right, as soon as possible, perhaps beginning second quarter. With the modified calendar, you were looking at October 19th, with the traditional calendar, October 26th. And then prioritized by cohort. And there was some talk then that we would bring in pre-K2 and our regional programs after Labor Day. But what happened is, and I don't know if it was ever publicly discussed, we didn't do that after Labor Day. And so then there are questions about, well, then what is the plan? And I know you've come back to us and tried to remind us we have a plan, and this is the plan that we had voted on. But when some of those steps didn't occur, that fed the rumor mill. And I've had parents contact me saying they're being told by school staff not to expect a return until January. And so you can see where that would cause, a panic, right? I know you have some people that are advocating a much later start, but this is the plan that we voted for. And so what I want to know is first, and we can talk about why we couldn't implement that first step with the regional programs, if there were issues with the special education, transportation, or whatever those challenges were. But the main question is, do you think we can maintain what we had voted for, which what you've just reminded us was the plan? We said, it wasn't a promise of October 19th or October 26th, but that was the goal. Do you think where we are with our transportation issues, staffing, the operational issues, and everything you've suggested, first, do you think we can meet that goal? And if you don't, do you think we can spread it out by maybe breaking it down in a way such that Ms. Kushner had talked about?
I believe we can absolutely meet that goal with a 3-week rotation. I think with a 2-week rotation, maybe that's very possible. And then I think if there are concerns by the board of bringing all students back on that timeline, and there's a preference to phase in groups, that is certainly a possibility that we can look at as well.
Okay. So I really appreciate that. And I think that is important because I know that for a lot of people, they'd favor the stability of a 2-week rotation versus a 3-week rotation. I do understand the problem that you talk about, though, with Virtual Academy, that if, the parents that have only signed up for semester Virtual Academy want out, does that make that 2-week rotation plan, I won't say impossible, but much harder to accomplish? And what do we have to do if we do have to change? If the preference is for a 2-week rotation versus a 3-week rotation, do you anticipate that the planning and the delays and changing configurations of classrooms and everything, that would push this beyond second semester, or that it could still happen? Beyond second quarter, or is that something that could still happen in second quarter?
So you mean if those families? Okay.
If you moved from a 3-week rotation to a 2-week rotation.
So I believe there is capacity to move from a 3-week rotation to a 2-week rotation for first semester.
Mm-hmm.
I think we would have to continue to monitor what's happening in the community and the responses from families who only chose 1 semester to see whether or not how that continues into second semester. We cannot possibly be in this pandemic forever.
Right.
And so we have time also, because we're talking about January when it comes to second semester. So with the community continuing to practice the 3 Ws and the metrics continuing to go in the right direction, this might not even be a discussion. But that's hard to answer right now. I put it out there because it's a consideration.
Okay. And so with the advice we got today, and I will admit when I'm wrong, and one of the things that I was looking at and putting a lot of priority on were the community metrics. And we heard from Dr. Benjamin, and I will take him at his word as an expert that the plan and those questions that Dr. Martin were bringing up will be key to making this successful. All of those details that go into having a good plan.
Right.
But let me ask this. Do you see any way some of these other students at risk, like in our regional programs, the early learners, do you think it's feasible to bring them back before the 26th?
I think if the board directed staff to provide some opportunity for some group of students to return prior to the end of second quarter, we can plan for that, yes.
Okay. So it sounds like what we need to do is decide what our priorities are, set those targets, and then begin to work to make sure we have a plan in place that's going to give families, students, and staff confidence that they have a safe learning environment and a safe workplace. Does that sound like that's on target?
That makes sense to me.
Okay. All right then. I have other questions, but they're mostly about those details of the plan, what it would look like, what kind of support we can provide. I know with the regional programs, it's tough on all of our teachers, but especially on those special education teachers, if they're trying to teach face-to-face and teach remotely, if they have students in the virtual academy. And I don't know what kind of flexibility we have to provide any more resources or support. I know what our budget looks like. And so, I don't know the best way to provide what everyone needs for that reopening, but with your confidence and with your recommendations, I think, Mr. Chair, if no one else has, well, I'll leave it open to more questions about what to do, but I'd like to kind of shift discussion if we can to what everyone would like to do. And I look forward to hearing their thoughts. Thanks.
I appreciate that. I've got questions from one more board member, and I'll sort of talk about next steps, particularly given given where we are now. Ms. Johnson-Hostler.
Thank you, Chair Sutton. And Chris, I mean, Mr. Haggerty, this is perfect because that's actually was at the top of my list was to reference back to Ms. Cash of, I do believe that we should make some concrete decisions first. And, staff can correct me if I'm wrong, but what I thought I heard staff saying earlier was given the level of autonomy that we've provided our schools, and certainly recognize and appreciate that we've done that so that administrators could take into consideration their teachers and what they needed to do in their building. So there's a lot of differences across schools. But it sounds like to me that we should make some concrete decisions, and then we can go back and really figure out the level of details, because I do believe our staff will have to start working with administrators to make those kinds of decisions. So I certainly echo Mr. Haggerty and Ms. Cash. I'd like for us to at least determine if we can make a concrete decision or set a meeting sooner than later, so that we aren't waiting until October to have staff try to figure out how do we make this kind of heavy lift with a quick turnaround. If indeed we agree that the goal is second quarter. So that's the first thing. And one of the things I want to add to that, or maybe, and I don't need an answer tonight, Superintendent Moore, but I'm curious if the Advise ABC Collaborative has any lessons learned or schools that actually are currently in place doing both remote and virtual, both virtual and in-person teaching now, so that might be helpful for us to take a look at if anyone has done that successful, or they just say, hey, don't do it this way. Here's what we've learned. Here's tools that we've used that could potentially, staff could start looking at now ahead of us asking kind of how the heavy lift is going to happen. I will leave the rest of my questions because I would like for us to take this opportunity to determine if we can set another time to actually make some decisions. So I'll defer the rest of my questions for that. Thank you.
So thank you, Ms. Johnson-Hostler. But I do think another opportunity to come together and discuss these points, because there is a lot of information is certainly needed and warranted. I want to be clear at the onset of this discussion of what the major decision points are. I think in the comments from the ABC Scientific Board and the others, I don't think we heard a recommendation to open. What we heard was, again, the risk and benefits to students returning to school versus not being in school, and perhaps some of those benefits, to some may have heard what benefits outweighing the risk. Nevertheless, what we'll do is look at and find some time early next week. We won't be able to do it in this setting, but we'll reach out to each of you to find a time early next week, as early as perhaps Monday, no later than Tuesday, to really get into this some more and make some decisions. I think when I spoke to most, if not all of you, that we would not be making a decision tonight because of the information that was forthcoming. This was just an opportunity simply to present that to you. As you all know, we typically don't present information and then make a decision on the same night. But if all of you are inclined to do so, I don't think that's what I heard, we can do that. But I think it was simply to provide some scenarios, the configurations, what metrics. Again, I heard also that there is important to have a plan, and plan is more important than the metrics. But I don't think I heard that we should not have metrics. I think the metrics are helpful and simply provide some guidance or guide rails to helping us make a decision and stand on track. So I think that's what the metrics do, and metrics are necessary to tell us where we're going. But at the end of the day, certainly the most important decisions, I think, are on the rotation, on the grade configuration, when there is a start date, and certainly some of the things behind that in terms of accountability and some other things that were mentioned and raised. So I don't see any further comments. Superintendent Moore, I appreciate you and the work of your staff in putting this draft plan together. Board members, I encourage you again to continue to look at it, mull it over, certainly seek input as I'm certain you will hear from the various stakeholders that are impacted, and we will look to move forward very swiftly as we continue to consider these options.
So, Mr. Chairman?
Yeah.
So I want to, I'm a little confused. The pause that you took, are we moving on from this conversation, or are we going to have more of a discussion tonight about which of these decision points, in terms of, which plan? Is it staying with the plan that we adopted, or is it one of these modified plans? I know that the details need to be worked out before anyone votes on it, but as far as giving direction to staff, is that something that needs to be done tonight or not? I was a little confused.
I mean, I'm thinking, no, we have this as a part of our information item. So this was certainly just presenting some information. We do not have it as an action item. We could give that staff a thumbs up if board members are ready to vote either on a rotation, on a grade configuration, or any of these decision points. I just wanted to be clear that that was not our intent. And so I don't want board members, while I wanted to respect the opportunity for board members to share their thoughts and opinions. That's why I let the discussion go on for a bit. But I spoke to many of you and said we would not be taking any vote or any action tonight, that this will simply be presenting information. If you all feel differently at this point, feel so inclined, I'm happy to entertain a motion.
Okay, and I apologize for any misunderstanding. I'm not trying to press anyone into a vote before the details are worked out. I was just looking for if there was any more discussion or consensus about the direction to go. But if we need more discussion on that, I understand. But I am correct in my understanding, though, that we do have a plan that Superintendent Moore did describe with dates that's on the table, and that's what we're working toward until there are any modifications. Either a recommendation to move to a 2-week rotation or a recommendation to change which students are coming in first. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay,
Yeah.
Thank you.
Well, I do think I heard a general sentiment that the 2-week rotation would be preferable than 3-week rotation. That's personally where I would land, but I thought I kind of heard that from all of us.
I think I heard that. I think I heard you say that. I know I didn't hear a majority of board members say the 2-week rotation was preferred.
I think that if we schedule another work session to further discuss this, that staff could be prepared to present what a 2-week rotation is, if there's anything additional that we need to do, or just confirmation that we're good.
I think, and what I would like to see, particularly in terms of both the configurations, the rationale behind each one, I think I can look at each configuration and sort of assume where we're going with each. The first one being more focused on the early grades and regional programs, the second being the transition grades. But I don't want to make any assumptions, and I want board members as well as the public to understand what the rationale might be behind each one. Even when we look at the rotations, what are some of the pros and cons behind a 3-week rotation, a 2-week rotation, no rotation? So I'm sure that there's quite a bit of information behind each of these that will help us to understand where staff is coming from, why you think each one of these may be better or worse, which will then, of course, help to support what your recommendation is to the board, and also inform our thinking and our decision making as well.
Chair Sutton,
Yes, ma'am.
is there, I did hear a bit of a consensus around an additional work session to go through this, and I think that would be helpful, but I'm curious if there are questions that we would like to see addressed, if we should be emailing them to you, to Superintendent Moore, before we get to that work session.
So I didn't hear consensus on the work session. That will be forthcoming. I would direct any questions to, I would say myself, Superintendent Moore, and Dr. Gardner, since he is helping to lead this work. Would that be appropriate, Superintendent Moore?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I just want to make sure as we're going through this, and I know it's been a bit of meetings between finance and work session and now, and this is a lot of information to go through, that we're able to process and send those questions out, but also so that we have staff prepared of what our questions might be so they know what they're going to be asked to answer as they come into the work session. So thank you.
I think that would be really helpful as well.
Not knowing when that will be scheduled as of just yet, I would ask that we have those questions in by 5 p.m. on Thursday. If that's not too early, that will give staff time to prepare those and have responses prepared for a possible Monday meeting. Ms. Kushner.
Well, and that was going to be my question, whether given questions, we can, should we be meeting next Monday or the 28th or 30th?
So I was going to suggest that, we have a 3-week break between now and the next board meeting. And I was going to suggest that if we want to schedule an additional time for the board to work through some of these questions and any changes to the existing plan, that's where we're headed. One option could be like next week on the 23rd, after the Safety and Security Committee meets for a day that's already been set aside for some folks. And it provides a few extra days in between as we're doing work to survey staff and principals and that sort of thing to actually get that done. So I would prefer not going earlier than next Wednesday. But obviously we will prepare whatever we have available and ready for the board. And then you do still have, you also have some meetings the following week on the 9th, you have policy committee. And the 28th, if you need to schedule something additional.
Yes, I would like to definitely meet next week. When you say the 23rd, is that earlier during the day? Or I know there's a candidate forum by the Wake County PTA that evening. I think I may be wrong.
Okay.
No, you're right, Ms. Cash.
Okay.
Well, that could be, there's safety and security at 3 p.m. We could also look at doing something earlier in the day.
That would be helpful, I think. If possible with anybody else.
Okay, we'll look at, or maybe even moving that meeting either up or back. I don't know that it's been published yet, so we'll shoot for that Wednesday of next week, either before or after that meeting.
Okay.
Then I would say by Friday by 5 o'clock. That'll give board more time to get your questions in. All right.
That was the information item. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. All right. May I entertain a motion to approve tonight's consent agenda?
Chair Sutton, I'll move approval of tonight's consent agenda items as listed.
I get a second?
Second, this is Monica.
Got a motion to approve tonight's consent agenda from Ms. Kushner and a second from Ms. Johnson-Hostler. Any discussion? Hearing none, I call for the vote. Mr. Fletcher,
Aye.
Ms. Johnson Hostler,
Aye.
Ms. Mahaffey,
Aye.
Mr. Hagerty,
Aye.
Ms. Scott,
Aye.
Dr. Martin,
Aye.
Ms. Kushner,
Aye.
Mrs. Cash.
Aye.
I vote aye as well. Consent agenda is approved as presented. We have one action item tonight, and this is Board Policy 4700, Student Records, which we discussed in a work session. And so this is coming to us on first reading with waiver of second reading. Dr. Gardner.
I think I'm actually going to take this one, Mr. Sutton. So good evening, Chair Sutton, Superintendent Moore, and Board. Tonight, I'm going to bring to you Policy 4700 under Student Records, and it will be a revision of the current policy. When given final board approval, this policy will replace the current Board Policy 4700 of Student Records. The proposed policy revision allows students enrolled in any online class to access video recordings of online class sessions, including text chats among all participants that are part of the recordings upon request. The primary purpose of the proposed revision is to provide catch-up opportunities for students who are unable to access online classes in real time due to factors beyond their control. A secondary purpose is to provide opportunities for students to review online class sessions to reinforce materials covered. We're asking for approval for first reading with the waiver of the second reading.
Mr. Sutton, this is Christine Kushner, sorry. And I would like to move approval of Board Policy 4300, Student Records, and to submit that to a vote on approval of first reading with the waiver of second reading.
This is Chris Hagerty. I'll second that motion.
All right, got a motion from Ms. Kushner and a second from Mr. Hagerty to approve Board Policy 4700 on student records on its first reading with waiver of second. Is there any discussion?
I just wanted to add that given, as we stated in work session, this is coming to us on an expedited fashion so that we have some policy to enable students and families to have these recordings while also making sure we're protecting student privacy. So I think it's important to underscore why we're accelerating it and why it's important to protect student privacy. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Ms. Kushner. Hearing no further discussion, I'll call for the vote. Mrs. Cash,
Aye.
Mrs. Kushner,
Aye.
Dr. Martin,
Aye.
Mrs. Scott,
Aye.
Mr. Hagerty,
Aye.
Ms. Mahaffey,
Aye.
Ms. Johnson Hostler,
Aye.
Mr. Fletcher.
Aye.
I vote aye as well. Board Policy 4700 is approved as presented.
Mr. Chair, this is Jonathan. Could I suggest that the board go ahead and approve the HR recommendations before going into closed session? I don't think there'll be any need to return to open session after the closed. And so since the board was able to review those personnel recommendations already in the earlier closed session, if that's a suggestion that you are amenable to, I would just give it that thought.
I am. Thank you for the reminder. Mr. Fletcher, can I ask you to provide a motion in that regard?
Mr. Chair, I move we approve the superintendent's recommendations for appointments and for other personnel hires.
Second, this is Monica.
Got a motion from Mr. Fletcher and a second from Ms. Johnson Hostler to approve the HR recommendations and appointments as presented by the superintendent. Is there any discussion? Hearing none. Again, we'll call for the vote. Mr. Fletcher,
Aye.
Ms. Johnson Hostler,
Aye.
Ms. Mahaffey,
Aye.
Mr. Hagerty,
Aye.
Mrs. Cash,
Aye.
Mrs. Kushner,
Aye.
Aye.
Mrs. Scott,
Aye.
HR appointments and recommendations are approved.
And Mr. Chairman, in terms of the closed session, I just would, since there was an elaborate motion read previously, I would just suggest that somebody make the motion based on as previously stated.
That's what I was going to say. Thank you. Entertain a motion to go into closed session for the items previously stated.
I so move that we go back into closed session for the items previously stated.
Second.
Second.
Got a motion from Mrs. Cash and a second from Mr. Hegarty to return to closed session for the items previously stated on the agenda. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, I call for the vote. Mrs. Scott,
Aye.
Dr. Martin,
Aye.
Mrs. Kushner,
Aye.
Aye.
Mr. Fletcher,
Aye.
Councilman Hostler,
Aye.
Mrs. Mahaffey, Mr. Hegarty.
Aye.
Vote aye as well. We are now back in closed session. Thank you all for joining us this evening and for your attention and time to this very important topic and for sticking with us. Have a great evening. Board members, we'll see you back in closed session.